Hey, Colleen. Hey, everybody. I think you may be on mute.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Not anymore. You just muted yourself again. I think you just muted yourself again. I see your mouth moving.
Okay, can you see me now?
Ah, yes,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Whoa! Hi, Zach.
Hi, Colleen.
How are you?
Super good. How are you?
Good. Good.
Good. And I see Candy. Sort of. Well, I see her, but I don't hear her. Talk, Candy. Maybe not. I wonder if she can't hear us.
Hi, Bart.
Hello.
How are you?
I am doing great. I hope everyone else is.
You betcha.
Yep. Let's see. All right. I see Candace.
Hello.
Hello. I see Bart, and I heard Bart. I see Robin. I don't hear Robin, though. Yeah, I think you're on mute. I see your mouth moving. Okay, good. She's waving, so that's good. All right, let's see, who am I missing?
Hey, Nicole. What do we have to do? We need a bathroom break between now and 10:30.
You don't get one.
Ooh,
Just kidding.
that's harsh.
No, we can do, I think at some point, if we need to do like a recess, we could probably do that. We can talk
Probably
about
ought
that.
to plan on that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that once I get going here. Alex, are you on yet?
I am here, Zach.
Woohoo! Perfect.
Woo-hoo.
So this is kind of hard to see from my iPad. I didn't see Dustin.
Here.
Ah, there he is. There we go. Okay.
I was here last week.
Oh, good job. All right.
That's
so
right, he was.
what I'll do then, I'll just go ahead and get started. So are you ready, Nicole? Is everybody ready? Is the internet guys ready?
Yay.
Okay, well, I'll assume they're ready. So it's now 6:03, and I'll call this meeting of the Midvale City Planning Commission to order. I want to welcome everyone streaming online and thank them for their patience while we navigate a unique situation in response to the public health crisis. With that, Nicole, if you'll take roll, please.
Chairman Smallwood,
Here.
Commissioner Tippett, Commissioner Snow,
Here.
Commissioner Costello,
Here.
Commissioner Anderson,
Here,
Commissioner Erickson,
Here.
Commissioner Benson,
Here.
and Commissioner Tippett, if you could take yours off mute and just say here. I do see her though.
I'm unmuted now.
There we go. Perfect.
Hello.
I'm here now. I was trying to hide.
All right. And then Alex had just asked me if you guys could, if you know how those that don't have their names on there to change your name. So like mine says Zachary Smallwood, Candy's has hers, Colleen has hers. So if yours doesn't have the right name on it, if you could change it. So Colleen and Candy, I can see you guys. Yours looks fine.
Yep.
Perfect. So there's a couple housekeeping items that I want to go over before we get completely started. So to keep the meeting as orderly as possible, I'll ask that the commissioners wait to be recognized by the chair before any questions or comments are made. Additionally, I'd like to ask that the applicants state their name for the record before speaking or answering a question. This will allow those that write up the minutes to attribute the comment more easily to the correct person. Helps Nicole out when she's writing those up. For this meeting, the process for items will proceed as follows. The chair, myself, will be introducing the item, followed by a brief staff presentation. Then I'll ask the applicant to speak and to address any questions that the commission may have before. And then I will open the public comment portion of the item if there is one. And then we'll take those public comments via email. That should be on the notice that the public received, as well as on streaming. If you have questions, please send an email to A Murphy, that's AMURPHY at MIDVALE dot, is it Midvale City? Sorry.
It is just midvale.com.
Okay, so yeah, MIDVALE.com. And so after that, we'll close the public comment portion, bring it back to the commission for additional comments, questions, anything of that sort, and then we'll entertain a motion to make a decision on that. So with that, there was one other item I wanted to bring up. So as the commission knows, items 9 through 12, which were the text which had to do with the RSL for Jordan Bluffs, that had gotten pulled from this agenda after the notices had gone out. And so I wanted to see if the commission wanted to jump ahead to those items and table that for the next meeting. That way, anybody that might be here waiting to discuss that item knows ahead of time that we're tabling it. So, all right. If we don't have anyone that protests too much, I would just go ahead and so I will just start there. So let me.
Chair Smallwood, you'll need
Yeah.
to make a motion to move those items up on the agenda.
Okay, so somebody would need to make a motion to do that. Okay.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I make a motion that we move items 9 through 12 on the Midvale Planning and Zoning Commission special meeting agenda dated May 13th, 2020 to the beginning of our meeting and have those be 1 through 4.
I second it.
Great, that's been moved and seconded. Are we just doing full roll call votes? Is that what we decided we are gonna do on everything, or just yays and nays on this?
Yeah, we were doing roll call votes, so Nicole could log those down properly.
Okay, perfect. So if we could do a roll call vote, Nicole.
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
yes,
and Snow.
Yes.
Perfect. So we've now moved those up to items 1 through 4. So I will just go ahead and introduce those real quick. So this is, how should I do this, Alex? Should I introduce each one individually, or?
If you would like, I can just introduce them for you.
Perfect. Let's do that. I like that.
Okay. All right, hold on. I just got to pull up my notes here really quick.
Perfect.
Okay, so this set of 4 items was originally supposed to be a discussion about the future of the city's public works facility and the adjacent proposal for the RSL indoor and outdoor soccer training facility that we had discussed previously in a work session setting. After that discussion and after the notices went out for this meeting, the applicant decided to pull the items associated with the RSL project, which would be that surplus or surplus request, the rezone, and the text amendment, which also means that the public works rezone is unnecessary. So staff at this point just recommends tabling those items indefinitely until the applicant decides to bring them back. So it wouldn't come back before you in the next meeting, and we would have to reissue new notice in order before those come back so that the public is made aware of when that discussion is happening. And in the packet, I've provided a recommended motion that would just table all 4 of them at once and then direct staff to send the notice out again before it's rescheduled.
Perfect. So this one seems pretty straightforward. I'll just call out. Do any of the commissioners have any questions on this one?
No.
Okay, perfect. Then I would just go ahead and entertain a motion. That there's a motion that was provided in the packet. Just change 9, 10, 11, and 12 to 1, 2, 3, 4, I suppose.
Oh, didn't Candy just do that? Or was that just moving them up?
No, yeah, so that just moved them up.
Oh,
So
I-
now, yeah, now we have to do the motion to actually table the items until,
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, Colleen here. I'd like to make a motion table the 1 through 4 indefinitely. Then until it's resubmitted.
okay. All right. Been moved. Oh, Dustin, was that you?
Yeah, sorry, Dustin,
Okay.
my second.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So that has been moved and seconded. Nicole, could you take a roll call, please?
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
yes,
Snow.
Yes.
Perfect. So that is now tabled until such time that they are ready to come back and work on that item. So with that, we will go back to our original number 1, which is now 5, I suppose. The discussion item for the Jordan Bluffs pods D and E This is Zion's Bank office campus, 7860 South Bingham Junction Boulevard. It's a concept plan discussion in the Jordan Bluff zone. Mark Murdoch with Gardner Jordan Bluffs LC is the applicant. Are you on, Mr. Murdoch?
Yeah, I am here. How are you guys this evening? Mark Murdoch, 201 South Main Street. We take giving our address to a whole new level tonight, guys. This is our office. I'm glad you're here. We're
Nice.
trying to social distance. We have a lot of people with us this evening, so I'm going to do some quick introductions. We have our team, which is Christian Gardner, Brad Margetts, Ben Seastrand, Ryan Bevan, and Matt Wynn. And then via Zoom, we also have Jennifer Smith, who I'm forgetting, but I believe is the CIO for Zion's Bank. We have Jed on the line, who is the Chief Financial Officer, or one of them. We also have Brian Giles, who will be doing some presenting for us. And we have Brian Millman and Christian Volmuth. So if that's not a crew for you guys tonight, I don't know what is. So do you want us, Councilman Smallwood, do you want us to lead out, or are you going to have Alex give a brief description, or how would you like us to do this?
I'll have Alex go first and kind of give us a rundown.
Okay.
He's just gonna go a quick one, and then we'll jump right in.
Perfect.
So thank you for the introduction. And just as a fair warning, Mr. Murdoch, when somebody over there, we can't see you guys very well. Just make sure if any of them are gonna talk that they just put their name out, just so we can keep a good record of it.
You bet.
Awesome. So with that, Alex, take it away.
I hate to really contradict you right off the bat, but I would actually rather have Mr. Murdoch go first. He can do probably a better job introducing this project than I can. And then once he and his team have gone through their description, then I'll chime in at the end with the sort of ordinance and process requirements that we'll need to follow.
Okay, thank you, Alex.
All
So
right.
I'm actually going to turn the time over to Brian Giles. So introducing you guys tonight, this is WRNS. They're our architects. They're out of San Francisco. I'm not sure if Brian is in New York right now. I can't remember, but A, we appreciate you guys putting us first so that we could have all our people on and get out a good time. But B, just to give you a little bit of background, Architectural Digest magazine has named WRNS the Architect of the Year 2 years. I don't know if it's in a row, but recently. Brian currently teaches at Stanford University and is a graduate of Harvard. And these guys they're pretty awesome. So we're excited for them. We used them in the past. They've been great partners for us. And I'll let Brian take it from here, but he's going to walk us through a slide deck.
Hey guys, it's great to be here. I am Brian Giles, and Mark, I am in San Francisco. This is where I'm sheltering. So it's really, it's an honor, it's a pleasure to be here, and it's very unusual. This is, we do a lot of work, as you guys do too, but this is my first one of these. So we'll see how this goes, the online meeting. So as I stumble and bumble, you guys can interrupt me, ask questions, and don't let me go on too long. So I know that the main focus is the Zion's project, but really to talk about the Zion's Bank project, we have to talk a little bit about the community. To talk about the community, we need to talk about the broader community of Midvale. Well, sorry, to talk about Zion's, we have to talk about the master plan. To talk about the master plan, we have to talk about the broader community of Midvale. So we're going to take a few slides to sort of set up the situation before we get to the actual particulars and the organization of Zion's Bank. So this first slide, this is the part where the goofy architect tells everybody exactly what they know, because this is your community and you know this place. But this is something that's very important to us, and it's very important to Zion's. It's been an amazing sort of ride with those folks already. And at the basis of everything they want to do, and the Gardners want to do, and we believe as city builders and architects, is to really tie to community at a variety of scales. And for this project, that's going to include looking at the existing community of Midvale, or this area of it that we're looking at now. We're going to look at the community that we're trying to create on Jordan Bluff. Then we're going to look at how Zions plugs into that community at both scales. So this is stuff you know. You see the Jordan Bluff Development site there, and where the big word site is to the north of the project is the 20 acres plus or minus where Zions is to be, butting up against 7800 South there. And it's an amazing site because it's at the nexus of Gardner Village, Gardner Station, 7800. The beautiful Jordan River, it's becoming beautiful, Jordan River Bikeway, and of course the Big Bend Restoration to the south. So all of these pieces and parts of your community are important to how we see the new community of Jordan Bluff emerging. So this is just to situate us. Next, please. So just a little bit, can we go back one, please? So can we go back one, please? So this is the master plan that I think you folks are probably, or some of you are probably familiar with. And I want to point out some of the aspects of this that are carrying over into a new proposal, a new idea for the master plan. There is, I think at the heart of this, there's a long central park running north to south. It's a narrow park running north to south. There is commercial development, office development, more or less to the top, to the north half of the project, and residential development to the south half of the project. And some of those aspects we propose, we carry through. But if we go to the next slide, you'll see that there's a little bit of a different attitude, I would say, about placemaking, community making, and really how to organize public space in a street network to tie into the broader community and really create asset that benefits all. So I think at the heart of this project really are the parks. So there's still a linear park. It's just that in this instance, there's a long linear park along the bluff, along Jordan River, which we're sort of calling Bluffside Park. And by the way, there's going to be a lot of provisional nomenclature thrown out tonight. We don't have street names, but we'll point them out. So there's a long park running along Jordan River there, culminating in an overlook over the wetlands to the south. And then coursing across that park, right at Ivy, sort of halfway down the project, is a recreational park. And that recreational park may plug into the soccer facility to the east. And so there's a kind of armature of open space which sets the table. And then still, as per the previous master plan, to the north is primarily commercial, and to the south is primarily residential. But it's a little bit different attitude in terms of organization, in that you can see the label there, mixed use core. So there is a lot more structured parking anticipated in this plan. The structured parking has liner housing units around it. And the commercial development, the office development, which is in blue, joins with those pieces to make a series of streets, walkable streets, connected streets, we hope vibrant streets, that are more like a town than, let's say, a kind of parking lot. So that mixed use core, at the north of that mixed use core is the Zions site. South of the mixed use core and across the recreational park, which you see in yellow, is residential development, a mixture of podium, tuck under, probably some townhouse. That's a little bit of a TBD. The attitude of that is that it's a little bit more natural in form, but still sort of organized around streets and roads, front doors, front stoops, a real sense of a public life there. So that's a kind of overview. Let's go to the next step, please. So zooming in a little bit on some of the details that we think are important, again, relative to connectivity. Again, to the north is the Zion site. We're going to zoom in on that a little bit more in just a moment, and you'll see about the organization. But the Zion site is the culmination and kind of frames the main north-south axis. We don't have a name for this street yet. If there weren't already a main street in town, it might be called Main Street. If there weren't already a Center Street, it might be called Center Street. But it doesn't really matter. That north-south axis that you see right there is the primary street of this new mixed use core. Again, we would see housing units lining that with a parking behind. All along that north-south axis are opportunities to sort of plug into or access the Bluff Park. And then at the head of that north-south axis is the Zions project. Now, the Zions project is in a terrific position because coming east to west on 7800, you know, it's there, you'll see it. The connection to the rail station, to Gardner Station, just across the Jordan River, and the existing bridge there is pretty close. Got a bit of a hike up the bluff, but we'll keep folks in shape. So it's a wonderfully situated site. And let's go to the next one. So here's the details. We have zoomed into that northern 20 acres to the north of the whole development. And what we have really is one building in two wings for the office. The office is about 400,000 square feet. There is an east-west wing that you see is the head of that central street, and that piece is about 6 stories. It's not about, it's 6 stories tall. There's a north-south wing, which is 3 stories tall. They are joined at a common lobby where you see those 2 black arrows. So you can enter this building both from the south or from the north, because you see that there's a 4-story parking structure to the north, and then the rest of the surface parking is off to the east. So the positioning of the building is very much a knuckle. So the north-south wing at 3 stories really addresses the Bluff Park, and you can see the landscape plans and development of gardens and exterior places to be right off of the workplace there. The east-west bar, the 6-story piece, is more of an urban piece that frames that main street. And the lobby and all the sort of most active spaces of the building are in that, very good, are in that circle right there. So the funny little trumpet-shaped piece is a 700 to 900 person all hand space. There is a cafe and food service right off of that space. There are training rooms close to that space. And again, you can enter that space from the north or from the south, and all of those spaces help frame what we hope will be a new public plaza to the south. And framing the plaza on the commercial side is a little bit TBD what might be there, but we would anticipate food service and other sort of accessible amenities. So it's very much a building, a campus that plugs both into the broader context, or the visibility from Center Street, and it also plugs into this new community to the south. Let's go to the next one. So this is I'm not going to go through every one of these pieces, every one of these legend signs here, but you can kind of see the kind of suite of amenities that are starting. For instance, there are running paths that are anticipated, gardens, overlooks for the river, and what you will see when we have the development is a lot of solar panels, because Brian's going to talk to us a little bit about the sustainability ideas here. But he'll get to that. So, these parks that surround the project, we would anticipate pickleball being very, very active places. So there's that. For the next one. So we have just a few sketches, and I mean they are sketches of the massing. What we're looking at here, we are in the southwest, so we're looking at that all hands, very active space, which is that kind of trumpet space. You can see a porch-like presentation to the south for the main entry to the building, and then the 6-story piece framing that new that new central street of the development. And then sort of stretching up to the north and to the west is the 3-story piece, which is really very much about garden scale and overlooking the bluff. Next. This image is about we're looking north now. Our backs are to the new master plan. And again, it's just massing, but we're looking up to the framing of that street, the sort of termination of that central street. And then to the left, you can see that porch and entry space and entry. And the last image that we have, we are moving east on 7800. We're close to Gardner Station right now, so you can see the presence of the building up on the bluff. And you can see a few little anticipated wall-like pieces. They're minor, but they're very important, we think, because it kind of takes the presence of this building and brings it forward. It's also, they are places to be, places to recreate. So this is a sort of an overall massing of the building. You can see, very good, thank you, Christian. The path up over the, he's leading me. The path over the river and up the bluff to the new project. Go next, Brian.
So this is Brian Millman, also with WRNS Studio. So it was nice that Brian started with the word community, because when we started working with Zions, that was one of the first words that came out of Harris, the CEO, and Jennifer's mouths. It was like community, community, community. And it was, as Brian said, is the community connection overall to the region, to Midvale, and to internally to their own folks and staff. So, and that strikes home both in how Brian discussed the location of the building as a nexus between how you would walk up the bluff and how you might walk down the north-south axis of the master plan, but also connects to how Zion's, how important sustainability is. So this project is reaching really deeply. I mean, we're from California here, and this is about as deep of a sustainability story as we've pursued, and even in California here. So this is the concept here is that that oftentimes when a client wants to go deep on sustainability, we like to think about it as in terms of storytelling, and so that it can be more meaningful both to the community and to them as a company. And so there are three tranches of or stories that we think are important to the project. One is the reduction of the use of energy and fossil fuels. So the carbon, trying to reduce embodied carbon. So you can see we're pursuing LEED Platinum for the project. We are looking at a very efficient mechanical system with huge reductions in energy consumption. That's where you start, is not try to create or require a lot of energy. And then we're looking to offset a significant amount of the energy that's being created, maybe up to even 80 to 100% of the energy used by the building. So that's really, really deep in terms of sustainability. It starts to get into that conversation about net zero energy. And then another thing is trying to reduce fossil fuels. So reducing the amount of gas that we have on this project. We're looking at an all-electric building, ideally at a minimum all-electric mechanical system. And you can just see some of the benchmarks of how we would offset the impact to the community. So next. So the next tranche, so that was carbon. The next tranche is health and wellness. And health and wellness is both the connection of within the building of employees, meaning making sure the air is clean and we're providing a great workplace that is safe, but also promoting public transportation, promoting the use of bikes and its connectivity to the bike lockers and bike storage rooms and the Jordan Trail. So that's been a really important aspect of the project, as well as providing a cafe for to promote healthy eating habits. So next. And then the third tranche is the land and what we can do directly to the land. And this is a story about reinforcing what's happening with Big Bend and what's happening along the Jordan River by introducing improved habitat. I mean, clearly, just doing this project is already the right step to help facilitate planting and other things, but exactly what type of planting we would specify and use can be very important in terms of supporting the wildlife that's happening along the Jordan River. And so it's something that we really want to pursue and make sure that this is both impactful to the region as well as to the actual site. So I think that is a wrap. I think that's the last slide.
Hey, thanks, guys. That's great info. Alex, I'm sure there's a lot of questions, so we'll turn it over to you guys and you can start peppering questions.
Now might be a good time for me to run through kind of the process and requirements that we're looking at. But I want to start by saying that we've been working really closely with Gardner Company and with WRNS to see that we're getting a project that hopefully will work well for the community and for everybody involved. And we're really excited to see kind of how this is progressing.
Perfect.
On
Before you jump in, Alex, I just wanted to anyone that when we're getting these presentations, if we could be on mute, that way we don't have any feedback and stuff. That would be super helpful, unless you're ready to chime in with something. So as long as if you guys could if we could all be on mute at the same time, that'd be great. And then since Alex brought to my attention that there were some new people that had joined in. So with your Zoom logins, if you could just update your names to your correct names, just so that we have an adequate record of who's speaking and things like that, that would be great. So I appreciate that. But go ahead and take it away, Alex.
Great, thanks, Chair. So you saw the two concepts that we've been working with earlier on. We've got that first one that was presented, which is kind of the current concept that drove the Jordan Bluffs zone and everything that's happened since. And then this new concept that Gardner and WRNS have been preparing. So this layout obviously is attempting to implement the first steps of that new concept, which means that we're going to have to go back and redo a little bit of the ordinance language in order to see that happen. And so we've been working with Gardner to prepare that text amendment, and the intent is that as part of this large scale master plan process that we're entering into now, that we'll be able to take advantage of the meetings to also do some text amendments to kind of update these requirements to reflect this shift in direction that we're seeing on the bluffs. Second, you may recall we recently saw a plat get approved on Jordan Bluffs that has a different configuration than what you will have seen in that presentation. That's another item that we'll need to fix as part of this process. Again, we just anticipate doing that in conjunction with the large scale master plan. So diving into some of the nitty gritty details that we've at least started discussing at this level of review. One of the things that we're concerned with on the city side that we'd like to see perhaps at least discussed tonight by the Planning Commission and the applicant's development team is the integration of this project into some of those neighborhoods, particularly to the north and east. That beginning of that presentation, we saw those referenced, and some of the concerns that we've brought up have been, at least on the internal discussions, is how do we make sure that people are able to easily walk or travel from one project to the next, especially as we look at seeing this as kind of a Main Street 2.0 sort of thing happening just outside of our downtown historic Midvale neighborhood, Main Street neighborhood. Second, the plan is looking at a parking garage, which you would have seen in those drawings, and some surface parking. We do have some requirements when it comes to parking based on employee count and building size. And based on the information we've received so far, it looks like we're going to be a bit short on parking. We do have some options to kind of address that. If the number of employees is reduced, even by as little as a handful, we're right on the line of triggering the requirement for more parking stalls than we probably want to see on this site. But we could also look at pursuing some other strategies through the development to encourage either shared parking or on-street parking where available, or avoiding vehicle trips entirely. As the architect team mentioned, we've got that proximity to the track station. We've got another track station to the north on Bingham Junction, and then we've also got bike lanes and the Parkway Trail connecting to it. So we can probably look at making some of those changes. Just one of those things we'll need to make sure is addressed in the next steps. On that parking garage in particular, there is some architectural requirements that we're still waiting to see get addressed. And this is also one of those topics that's ongoing on that text amendment. But in particular, we're looking for a theme on that parking garage that reflects the main building, the primary building on the site, particularly by providing similarly sized and shaped openings and a prominent entry that mimics the entry that you would see on the primary building, and then also providing good, safe walking routes on the interior of the project and reflecting the additional space needed within some of those parking spaces. We also, as part of this, that large scale master plan gives us the option to require additional things beyond the minimum. So one of the ones that we're concerned about at the staff level is reflectivity in particular, where the renderings and the drawings we've seen put a lot of glass on that building. So we want to make sure that that's not going to negatively impact the public realm. And it doesn't look like it will, but there is a lot of glass, and some of you may have driven by some other buildings that have a lot of glass and found that there are some hot spots underneath them that we want to make sure we avoid happening on this one. Moving forward, following this discussion, the Planning Commission will hold a public hearing to hear that text amendment, the plat amendment, and the large scale master plan that we anticipate happening next month in June. And then after that, the council will hear the same proposals plus a development agreement that's based on how that project ends up turning out. And then staff will work to finish the site plan reviews and the building permits. And if all goes well, according to schedule, we're looking at work starting on this one as soon as about the middle to end of August, which is really exciting. That's a pretty quick turnaround, and we're glad to have the team that we have working with us, because it might not be possible otherwise. So I've bored you with the nitty-gritty details. Feel free to ask me any questions or ask the development team any questions that you'd like to have them answered. This is a discussion item with the Planning Commission, so there's no action required. We just want to make sure that you feel confident that this project is moving in the direction that you're satisfied with, and that you feel ready to review it the next time it comes in front of you.
For sure. Thank you so much, Alex. I appreciate that. So I'm just gonna go like we do, just down the list. So Candy, do you have any questions, comments, concerns?
I don't right now, no.
Okay. How do you feel about kind of that change in the pods in
With-
general?
I actually kind of like the flow. It seems to flow a little bit better than with the park just down the center. I kind of like the conjoining parks in the middle of the development. I think that's going to be more usable and more public friendly. So I actually like it better.
Okay, great. We'll move on to Colleen.
Yeah, I like the flow of it, and I like the way it comes along the river, and there's like the buildings and then the kind of parkway and then the river. And then too, I was impressed with the way they have the bridge going over to the track station. I think that adds a lot to it, and it encourages people to take the track. But I think it's very well done.
Perfect. Dustin, questions, comments?
Nope, I like it. I think it's good looking.
Cool. Let's see. Robin? Are you on mute? Did I lose you?
There you go.
Ah, there you are.
You're the one in control. I think it's really great. I just think they ought to name the street off center. I think that'd be awesome.
There you go. Perfect.
That's good.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Isn't that awesome? Off center. That would be
That's
so
funny.
great.
Yeah. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Bart, do you have any questions or comments for the applicants or Alex?
Oh, Bart here. I like the project. I think it looks good. They've done a lot of work, it looks like, on it. So,
For sure.
so yeah.
Great. Candace, how about you?
Yeah, I like the project. I'd be interested to see in the future. I know there's still a lot to go here. The relationship with 7800 South and just kind of a little bit more how that looks with the neighborhood. But that's kind of my guilty pleasure to just say what I would like to see.
Yeah,
So that's all I have.
perfect. I do have a couple questions. I'm sure Mark never likes when I have a couple questions because
no, we're good.
I usually grill the goodness out of you. Actually, I just wanted to commend you guys. This is actually one of the I like the direction this is going. This is what I've been pushing you guys for this whole time, is to do something much more urban like this. This is what I've wanted to see. I do like the building in general. I do have a concern about how far, it feels like Bingham Junction, at least on that northern side, is being ignored a little bit, and it's a great big sea of parking. And I understand the constraints there because you're already technically by code underparked. But I'd like to, kind of get that addressed or looked at or something, because I feel like that's pretty far off, especially if you're asking people to walk from those areas into the Zions Bank campus and stuff. It's not a very inviting area, but overall, I'm very impressed and I very much like it. One question, and it's kind of a critique. So with all these, with the significant changes that you guys are asking for, it's almost, it's not a complete rewrite, but it's a lot to change text wise. What's to stop you from asking for it to change back or change in the future when a user may not fit that mold of that urban development, I guess?
Yeah, good question. So we spent a lot of time on the phone actually today with Alex and Nate and Matt, and we're trying to provide, I like the term that Alex uses, which is guardrails in the zone that will allow us to, because there's a high probability that it doesn't end up exactly like that map shows. We hope it does, but some things are going to change. So we're just trying to provide those guardrails to allow proper development.
Sure. Because yeah, I'm just a little wary of I love this. This is great. I just worry about it in the future. Coming back with different changes. So those are all the questions. I mean, that's all I really had for you guys.
Great.
One thing I wanted to pose to my fellow commissioners were, did we, as part of the review, and I don't know if Alex wants to, I know he touched on this lightly, but are you guys potentially in favor of looking at a reduction in parking requirements there? Looking at it.
Councilman Smallwood, can I just add something really quick there on the parking?
Sure.
So the code, we have general office, which is 3 per thousand. We have intense office, which is 5 per thousand. Right now, I believe we're around 4.5 per thousand. So we actually are within the realm of what the code allows. So we could take it offline with Alex later, but we're not over parked, nor do I believe are we actually under parked at the moment.
I'll chime in here real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the information that I have available right now, which may be out of date at this point, is 2,000 employees in 400,000 square feet of office space. That ratio of employee to office space triggers an intense office parking calculation at 5 per thousand. That's why I mentioned if we drop the employee count or we limit the employee count to no more than 5 employees per 1,000 square feet of floor area, then in that scenario, we could drop it down to 3, and then they would be well over parked. where they're at currently. So that's one of those details that we need to kind of iron out with that large scale submittal.
We can follow up on this before the next meeting, but we're happy to work through that. Zion's definitely wants to have all the employees there. That's a big part of the project. And so they're being very deliberate and thoughtful in how they're planning the interior. So we'll work through the parking with you.
Perfect. So
Julie, can I call
I
you?
still kind of want to have that.
I'm in planning and zoning, so I'll call you back.
Sorry, Candy, I think your thing was unmuted. But I just wanted to ask and kind of get the temperature of you guys potentially looking at something that would allow for like a shared parking, something in the code that allows for shared parking between different users or a reduction in parking.
Yeah. So one thing that we've heavily considered through this process is a green shuttle, meaning that since we're just so well positioned between two track stations, the Jordan Bluff station and the Gardner Village station, we think that having a shuttle will help reduce the parking so that we can run every 30 minutes or whatever that might be. That shuttle's not set yet. They're not moving in yet, but that's something we've definitely talked about. As far as the Gardner side, as we continue to move through the project, we like the idea of having shared parking between the residential, having shared parking between the office. We like the idea of mixed use parking, and we really like the idea of public transit. So for us to have a project where we're coming in under 5 per thousand, it's pretty awesome. I mean, most of the tenants in today's world here in Utah have been asking for 6 per thousand. So we view this as a win to have less parking.
Oh, sure. And I trust me, I'm right there with you. I'm just trying to, and this is more kind of a question for my fellow commissioners.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's more of a question for them and how they potentially see it. And how do they feel about that? So I kind of wanted to get a read on that. Do you guys want to chime in with anything? I'll just let anybody that wants to chime in at this point.
Candy, you're on mute. You're still on mute. Maybe our IT folks here could unmute her.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, there you go.
Yes.
Sorry. I know when we talked about this master plan a long time ago, we did talk about shared parking and some different things, and the shuttle and a lot of the trails and things that would allow people to get to work without driving. Those seem to still be present. I'm really in favor of the shuttle if that can, be firm. And I agree that I don't want to just see a huge parking structure. So I want to see that parking garage not look like a parking garage. That's all I have.
Anyone else want to kind of chime in on that? Okay. If no one does, I'll just, I guess we'll move along then. Let me just verify. So I don't think there's really anything else for us to really discuss. I'll just go one last time through. This is kind of your last chance to speak to the applicants before it actually becomes, back to us with more action items, more actionable, items. So I'll just run through real quick, check with everyone. Candy, do you have anything else to add?
I don't have anything else right now.
Thank you. Dustin?
Nope, I'm good.
Colleen?
Yeah, I don't have anything more to add at this time.
Okay, perfect. Robin?
No,
Candace?
No,
And Bart?
No,
Hey,
All right.
one last thing, Councilman Smallwood, and we'll let you move on. Do you want, since I have the WRNS team and Zion's with us, do you want us to address the question about the Main Street that Alex had talked about connecting to communities? Brian Shiles or Millman will probably be the best one to answer that. Or do you want us to do that afterward, Alex, just so we're clear?
That's up to Chair Smallwood.
Okay.
I didn't really have anything. I feel like you guys are kind of, Candy kind of mentioned it quickly, just, or I'm sorry, Candace. Sorry, Candace mentioned it. I have two of them now, so now I have to juggle both of those. Candace mentioned the garage, the parking garage on Center, facing towards the development there. I do have concerns with the parking lot. I mean, I live just south of this. I live in Central 72, so I live in really close, and I was looking forward to a really, not really tall, but a building there close to the street, and I was a little disheartened. I was a lot more upset about this project before you guys did the presentation, and I got to see some clarification here. But I think just keep working with staff. I think they have a really good understanding of what we as commissioners kind of like and expect. So I think that's at this point all we can really give.
Okay.
But
Well,
Chair
we definitely appreciate all your time, and we will be back shortly in front of you guys to kind of get us to a vote. So thank you so much for your time this evening.
Yeah, thank you very much for bringing everyone out. We appreciate it.
Thank
Chair
you.
Smallwood.
Take care,
Thanks,
everyone.
guys. Have a great evening. Good to see you.
Thank you.
I wanted to say, before moving on, perhaps we want to see if they have any questions for the commission, but
Hey, that's a good idea. Do you guys have any questions before we jump off?
No, just, do you want to approve it tonight? I guess that'd be my only.
I wish.
Can we get a vote?
Oh, geez.
No vote, sorry.
Asking too much.
No, I'm just kidding around. So no, I don't see any questions. Brian or Brian, do you have anything, parting thoughts that we have? Brian Shiles, no? Okay.
All good.
We will see you soon, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so looks like we're making pretty good time. So I'm just going to interject here. Item number 2 is an item that just due to a conflict, I have a conflict of interest. Adam Nash is with doing development and has some stuff going on with Murray City. So I am actually going to be recusing myself from this item. So I'll just kind of turn off my camera and mute myself. And I'm going to have Candy fill in and run this one. So peace. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. So yeah, so Candy, go ahead and take this one away.
Okay, Alex, are you presenting on this one?
I am, yes.
Do you want to go ahead with that?
Sure. Let me just get my thing here set up. Okay. Oh, hold on. So as we get into these public hearings, I do just want to start off with a heads up to the Planning Commission and to the applicants and to anybody that's watching online. Because we have such a large number of items tonight, my staff and I will be trying to minimize the amount of time we spend in the presenting of these items and try and make sure that we leave ample opportunity for the commission to ask questions of the applicant, for the applicant to speak, and for whatever comments we do receive to come in. So in that vein, we're probably not going to go over every item of detail in every application that's in front of the commission tonight. The staff report for each item will have that full analysis and has been posted on the city's website and made available to the public for anybody that's interested in reviewing those. Okay, that aside. So this is a request. The second item here is a request for a master plan development for a large scale master plan and rezone that would include 128 units on about 12.5 acres located approximately between 236 East and 300 East on 8,000 South. This incorporates some existing single family residential development on some lots that were created back in the 50s, and then also incorporates property currently owned by the Mountain View Christian Church. I hope I got that name right. They're on 300 East. So there are two portions to this request. The first is for a rezone that would take the properties in the proposal from single family residential with the agricultural overlay to what's called the medium density residential zone, or RM12. This is a legislative decision that requires a recommendation from the Planning Commission and final action from the City Council. Second to that is a request for a large-scale master plan, which is an administrative decision required for any project in pretty much every zone in the city that occupies 5 acres or more. In this case, the large-scale master plan is going to be dependent on the rezone being approved. And this type of proposal requires a decision from the Planning Commission, followed by a development agreement between the city and the developer that the council would approve, and then additional Planning Commission and staff reviews for each phase. So if this project were approved, there would be small scale master plans required for each phase in the project that would come back to the Planning Commission in a public hearing, and then also have a staff review to follow suit. So this application does incorporate property that came before the Planning Commission and City Council in a rezone request last year in November and December. It was these 3 parcels you can see here that were also requested to be rezoned to RM12. And I've gotten several comments from the public about why this request is back in the public process after the prior one was denied. And I just wanted to address those comments really briefly. This request occupies more property and has a development proposal attached to it that is substantially different from the request that came in front of the Planning Commission and City Council previously. So even though the council did deny that application, there's nothing that prohibits a revised application such as this from going forward with this review process. So the applicant here in this case attempted to respond to the concerns and comments that were raised during that earlier process, particularly by reducing density and moving from all townhomes to a mix of townhomes and detached units. And Mr. Nash is here and he can speak to that a little bit more a little bit later. So as I mentioned earlier, the staff reports for this one has the full analysis for both the rezone and the large scale master plan request. And in the interest of time, I'm going to kind of skip over a lot of it. I did want to take a couple moments to talk about some of the comments that we received, some of the themes in comments we received. And I'll make it clear that I'm not going to ignore anybody's comments or avoid reading them off when we get to that portion of the meeting. I just wanted to try and address some of the larger themes that came in over the last couple of weeks. So there's 3 big ones. First is density. Density is always a big topic when we're talking about rezones or master plan developments, because they almost always result in an increase in density over what was there previously. So the density for this project as proposed would take the area from what is allowed to be currently about 7 units per acre, a little bit less, up to a maximum of about 13 units per acre. This project proposes somewhere right in the middle, right around 10. And this is comparable to many of the other projects that are in the area, even when you consider the townhome developments on the one side and the single family on the other. So I did some quick calculations. Many of the projects in the area fall in the range of kind of 7 to 14 units per acre. So some of the lower density ones are the newer large house or newer subdivisions with large houses on large lots, like Tap Lane on the west, Larson Lane or Larson Cove on the south. Then we have projects on the higher end that are up in that kind of 12 to 14 range, like the Auburn and Creekside townhome projects that are just off the vicinity map here to the northwest. And then there's many of them that kind of fall in that 7 to 10. So this density is really kind of in line with what's in the neighborhood. And as I mentioned earlier, was developed in response to some of the concerns that the public and council had raised previously. Additionally, on kind of a more general level, when we're looking at redeveloping and providing additional housing, we want to try and focus on putting housing in places where it minimizes the disruption to existing neighborhoods as much as possible. Granted, that's not always going to be the case. And in some cases, that means we're putting housing within neighborhoods that already exist entirely and have been considered built out for many decades, perhaps by rezoning or upzoning to allow duplexes where only single family houses were allowed previously, or going through subdivision processes to create flag lots and twin homes and things where previously they didn't exist. We don't have very many opportunities left in Midvale to look at kind of this green or brownfield development. So this project represents an opportunity to fulfill several of the goals in the city's general plan and housing plan by providing additional housing options, a variety of housing options that aren't necessarily well represented in the city's overall housing stock. It also should serve, assuming all goes well, to improve property values in the area by essentially increasing competition and driving some of those existing neighbors to compete with newer housing. So that can result in some increased maintenance, some better upkeep if there have been issues like that in the past. And I'm not trying to say that there have been, but this kind of project is one that overall on the large scale for the city's goals tends to fall in line with what the city has anticipated in the future. The second major comment has been on parking, and many of the concerns have been kind of mixed. I've heard concerns about parking on 80th South, saying that parking on the street can be a hazard and really should be avoided. And I've also heard concerns that, as proposed, the project doesn't provide enough parking. In the staff report, I do a really more detailed analysis of the parking that's provided, but what I can say really briefly is that the Planning Commission for this type of project is responsible for establishing a parking requirement and has historically settled on the same standard that we use for typical residential projects, which is 2.25 spaces per unit. So that's 2 essentially to serve as the residents or the occupants parking spaces, plus 1 per 4 units to serve as kind of a guest and overflow option. On the single family side of this project, we're looking at over 4 spaces per unit, because each lot would have a 2-car garage plus a 2-car driveway. And then there's additional guest parking available currently in just this one central location near some of the common areas. No parking would be allowed on the street in this case because it is a private street, and parking would interfere with the fire and emergency access in there, so that wouldn't be permitted. On the townhome side, where you've got 2-car garages for each unit plus additional guest and overflow parking, that results in the availability of about 2.5 units or parking spaces per unit. So in either case, we're well over the typical standard for this kind of project, and really we shouldn't be seeing too many impacts on the existing streets. If we need to get into addressing concerns on 80th South, that's something that probably should be handled separately from this project, because it really is an existing condition and isn't something that this project is going to create. The third one that has been the most common comment is about traffic, and this is one that we see pretty regularly. When looking at traffic, we do tend to take a large scale look at traffic patterns and needs throughout the city. So when we updated the general plan about 5 years ago, we did this forecasting for what the traffic grid or traffic capacity would look like in 2040, based on what the streets were built out as in about 2010, 2011, plus the future projects we had anticipated. As you can see here, 8,000 South is running at somewhere between 25 and 50% capacity for the section that we're looking at. If you continue down to Main Street, it remains at or below that 50% mark, even dropping to less than 25 in some areas. And as you travel east up into Sandy, it does increase for a brief section, but then drops back down. So when we're looking at this, even though existing traffic may appear to be excessive, the numbers aren't really supporting the claim that we're at or over capacity on this street. And in fact, we likely still have a lot more capacity available to use. Additionally, the applicant did provide us a traffic impact study, which found that this project would not increase the load on the street enough to really warrant any sort of improvements or mitigation measures around the project. The study did look at the intersections at State and 7th East and found that there are existing delays and queuing issues, which is something that the city's been hearing complaints about for at least a year now, if not longer. And that those issues would exist with or without this project happening. So it's really not appropriate for the city to try and impose the burden of fixing those intersections on the applicant, particularly because one of them is outside of Midvale city limits, on that 7th East side. I did get a couple concerns that any traffic study provided by the applicant would be unusable or invalid because of the ongoing coronavirus epidemic. And I did want to mention that while the counts were conducted during the epidemic, the engineer did take that under consideration and used existing traffic data available from UDOT to ensure that the mitigation measures and analysis that they provided was normalized to consider what traffic patterns would be had they not been reduced by the stay-at-home initiatives that the governor and county mayor had signed. So even though it was done during that time, it did factor into, or it did take under consideration the traffic that would be seen outside of kind of this unusual circumstance we're in right now. So there are a lot of comments on this project. So when we get to the public hearing portion, I'll be sure to read all of them verbatim. And I've sent most of them that I've received out to the Planning Commission. They have still been trickling in as we've been sitting here talking. So going forward, the staff recommendation on this project right now for the rezone at least will be to recommend approval to the council, and the justifications for that are in the staff report. But the large scale master plan component has a number of issues that still need to be resolved before we're really willing to support approving that aspect. And we also really want to see that the two projects, the two requests go together, because if we take a rezone, or if we take a large scale master plan to the city council with the rezone request, we can use that development agreement that's required for a large scale master plan to ensure that the project that got approved by the Planning Commission is the project that gets built, and that there's really no opportunity for anything to be changed or switched without really going through this public process again. So I'm going to run through those recommendations again really quick. They are listed in the staff report too, so you can see those there if you're following along at home or here in the meeting. So first, there's a couple revisions to some of the pedestrian networks that we'd like to see done. The street sections throughout the project, as you can see through the single family portion in particular, put that sidewalk immediately next to the street. And what we'd like to see on the staff level is for a buffer to be put in there, like a typical park strip, to separate the sidewalk users from the road. And then second, also to see the network on the townhome side improved so that we have good connections to the existing networks, the sidewalks on 3rd East and 8,000 South, and then also that it connects throughout the interior of the project too. As you can see, there's several kind of breaks or crosswalks that really don't lend themselves well to great walking, and then also some failures to make connections to the existing networks. We recommend requiring these changes because master plan developments do have a requirement that a robust pedestrian network is provided within the project and to adjacent networks. And we've got some elements of that in here. Like we do have sidewalks provided throughout the project. We do have this connection out to 100 East on the west side using a piece of property that otherwise might really not be usable for anything, which is a really neat addition. And we just want to make sure that we get a couple more tweaks in here to see that those are improved even more. Second, well, really third and fourth, the open space calculations that were provided on this plan don't reflect the actual areas that are associated with the project. So we do want to make sure that those get updated, because right now it's showing that the open space provided is below the 50% minimum that is necessary for a project of this type. We want to make sure that if that is the case, that we get the additional open space necessary to pursue this kind of project. And if it's just a calculation error, that we get the calculation fixed to reflect the actual condition. Additionally, as part of that open space update, we would like to see thematic elements for those amenities and improvements that will go in the common areas. So we've got a couple of park spaces spread throughout the project. And what we're looking for is to see that there's a general theme associated with things like street furniture, lights, benches, playgrounds, etc. Whatever's going to go into those spaces, we get at least a concept at this point, so we have an idea what to expect in those common areas when we move into later reviews. Additionally, on the elevations, I got some new elevation drawings right before the meeting, so I've given you an example here on the left for the single family. We do have some architectural and material requirements that aren't currently being totally satisfied by the elevations and designs that have been proposed for the single family side. Particularly, we do require 60% brick or equivalent material on the front facade and 40% on the sides. The fronts tend to meet that requirement through the use of hardy board, brick, stone, etc. It varies from unit type to unit type. But the sides tend to be predominantly stucco, which does not meet that requirement. And then also there are corner lots scattered throughout this project, which have 2 front sides. And so we would need to see that not only are the sides meeting the 40% in all configurations, but that units used on corners will meet the 60% on the 2 sides that face the street. And then on the townhome side, the only drawing we received was this rendering, which looks great, but doesn't really give us the information that we need to see that the architectural requirements are going to be satisfied with respect to materials and materials. So we would like to see some additional information on those fronts. On the access side, the traffic study did recommend having this access onto 80th South relocated, either by moving it farther down the road away from 3rd East or removing it entirely and adding a second access point onto 3rd East instead of 80th. The city engineer agrees with that recommendation for much the same reasons, avoiding conflicts with the intersection and trying to minimize the number of access points that we get onto 8000 South. So we would like to see that handled. And kind of related to that is that the townhome locations on 3rd East and 8000 South are not currently meeting the build to and setback requirements. So we do want to make sure that those are provided. What that means is these buildings need to be 25 feet off of the property lines and built at that 25-foot mark. So 8000 South will require a little bit of a shift to the south. 3rd East is fairly close and shouldn't require too many changes, but as you can kind of see, we don't have a whole lot of room to move things around. So this portion on the townhome side will need to be tweaked. Lastly, there are some existing irrigation ditches that run through the project from east to west that service some of the existing houses and potentially some further down the line. The state has some rules regarding how those can be treated in redevelopment and development scenarios. And so there are standards that apply to the relocation or the abandonment of those ditches. And both the planning and engineering staff have requested some additional info on how the developer proposes to handle those at this large scale level. We don't necessarily need to see that they're designed at this point because we'll deal with that on a phase by phase basis, but we do want to have a better understanding of what's going on there. So the staff recommendation here, as I mentioned, is going to be to table this application so that we can address those items. We do have, as I mentioned, a public hearing and many public comments to go through. So I'm happy to get into that point if you would like, or if there's any questions you would like me to answer, or if you want to give the applicant time first, please do. You're muted, Candy. There you go.
Did you hear me?
No, you were muted.
I am not.
You are not now, but you were.
I'd like to hear from Mr. Nash first, if the commission is okay with that.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from him first as well.
Is Mr. Nash available?
I am. I'm online now. Can everyone hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Mr. Nash, would you like to address some of the concerns that Alex presented?
Yes, also a bit of a presentation from our viewpoint of how this project fits into the community and benefits, as well as a little bit of history on the property as well, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so a large component of this, first of all, I personally own about 3.5 acres of the site where the single family residential is being proposed. I'm buying the balance of the site from the Christian church. There's timetables that we're going to meet with them that helps us through the phasing process with the city. We feel that Midvale Mills subdivision does fit into the community. We're surrounded by everything. We have condos, single family homes, commercial to the east of us, townhomes across the street. So we feel like we're blending a lot of those elements together in our church, in our property. The church is a major component of this. They own a majority of the property. A little history on that. The church was built in 1952. So it predates almost everything that's out there. There are a few homes that were built turn of the century. The Mountain View Assembly of God bought the property where the church is in 1995 from the prior congregation. In July of 1999, they acquired more property, and the last piece they acquired was in 2004. The reason for the extra property was that they wanted to expand their facilities and build somewhat of a temple that we're kind of used to calling out here in our state. They decided that they needed to move because 80th South did not develop as they thought it would. They wanted their facility to be at a high visibility location that back when they started, about 70 years ago, they were told, and they also understood that 80th South would be the main thoroughfare connecting to Center Street on the other side of State Street. But it didn't develop that way. And so they felt that their church needs to go further south to a high visibility location. And they're going to buy a shopping center on a major thoroughfare and remove that and replace the building with the money from our sale. I think it's really important to understand that we represent ourselves as well as the church. We have their authorization to represent them. A few other things on the history real quick. All of the lots across 80th South originally were in a subdivision called Country Squire Estates. Country Squire Estates was 8 lots, each lot having 1 home each, and each lot being about 1.25 acres. Portions of this property have been carved off previously. I think there's about 5 or 6 subdivisions that have already occurred with that original platted subdivision that was recorded. To make a note of one thing, Tap Lane, which I feel like we get a lot of resistance from. I'd just like to give my opinion. Tap Lane was developed under the S or the R1 with the agricultural overlay. However, they did it with an HOA and CCNRs, which gave them latitude in what they actually built in there. They have several lots, 4 lots particularly that are 0.17, 0.17, 0.17, and 0.18 of an acre. That equates to about 7,400 square feet. So in fact, their lots are considered a medium density lot as well. Not to get an argument over it, it's just that it's important to point out that our neighbors have already converted part of the subdivision and have taken advantage of the development opportunities that the city provides to them. Our history as the applicant, I acquired the first property in this location, I think about 5 years ago. Worked on acquiring more property as time went on. We came into the planning staff about 2.5 years ago and started working on plans and methods for us to develop the property. It all culminated last fall and winter. We came before the Planning Commission. The original request was approved somewhat on a 3-2 vote, certainly not 100% willing. When we got to City Council, as you are well aware, they denied the application, and that was for 3.5 acres. We listened to the City Council, however, during the presentation and the discussion with City Council, and we had proposed to do townhome community throughout, and the councilman and councilwomen came back and suggested that we consider small single-family residential, so that, you know, we're helping preserve the residential character of the neighborhood, but at the same time, we're offering additional variety and different price points to that community. Let me see, sorry. Some benefits I'd like to discuss real quick. Benefits to the community. So this is a modest, affordable community. It doesn't meet low income affordability features because that's governed by governments, and those prices would be extremely low. I think in the low 200s, and I'm not aware of any single family homes that sell in that price range, but this would be modestly affordable. We are medium density. We are not maxing out the density that could be available in that RM12 zone. The open space that we're providing in the community will be open to the whole community, not just the residents of our subdivisions. We have a trail system that really enhances the trail plans in the city. We provide trails, improved trail network that actually ties in 300 East down to 100 East and gets you really close to where tracks is, so that commuters that choose to walk and ride the rail have that opportunity. That's a goal of the city, and we're happy to provide that. The public improvements are going to be enhanced. A couple really big points there, and I think it goes to the concern about traffic and parking and some of these other issues. We are going to take all of these multiple entry points onto 80th South, and we're going to eliminate the vast majority of them. we're going to have one access point, whereas now there's multiple access points. So we're going to have one access point. We're going to follow the recommendation of staff. We're going to not have an access point directly onto 80th South for the townhomes. So that's a considerable benefit to the community that should help control the traffic and the parking and these things. Another really big, substantial benefit to the community, as all you are aware, churches are exempt from property taxes. And this is a big deal because this project, when complete, is going to have an assessed value of approximately $48 million. And right now, the taxes are being paid zero. So this is a really big win for the city on getting additional revenue to help support the residential needs in the community. Let's see here. I think that's the bulk of it, although I do want to introduce our builder. I saw a few comments where the community, maybe just a few people, were concerned that maybe I didn't have the size or experience to do this project. I've done over 160 projects, mostly in the Wasatch Front since 1983, so I believe I'm qualified. Secondly, the builder for this project is Garbett Homes. They named some other builders that they thought would be better, but Garbett Homes is a quality builder in this community, and they are very capable of building this subdivision for us. I'd like to get Jacob Ballstead involved with the conversation now. He is with Garbett Homes. Jacob, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Planning Commission staff. Jacob Ballstead, 273 Northeast Capitol Street, Salt Lake City, Utah. It's nice to be back again, to see you all digitally from when we met a couple weeks ago. I think as a recap of what we went over last time, I think much is the same for us as far as our intentions with the property, our involvement with Adam, and our level of excitement to try to bring something cool and exciting to this area of Midvale. And we like the property and the development, and we're here to make something good for the city and the community. To help address some of the items that staff brought up regarding the architectural elements, we recognize that we're not quite satisfying the architectural or the percentage of materials on the fronts and the sides. As we further develop the site plan, we will in turn further develop the elevations and specific floor plans and meet the lots that are being developed, specifically the size of those lots. So we will, of course, meet those architectural requirements and be happy to do so. So happy to be here and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Does anyone have any questions at this time for the applicant?
I don't have any myself. This is Colleen.
Dustin, do you have any?
Nope, I'm good.
Robin? Robin, are you there?
She shook her head no.
Okay. Bart, do you have any questions?
Just when they mentioned it, to try to make it affordable, do they have an idea what the price point would be on those homes? A general idea?
Jacob, could you answer that?
Yeah, I think the single family will probably be in the mid fours. I would guess the average price would be in the mid fours. We'll probably have some in the low fours, but it's about the price range they'll be in. We may have some that get in the upper fours. I'd be surprised if we had anything get over 500, but it's possible.
Thank you.
Candace, do you have anything?
Not at this time.
Could I add one more thing? I'm sorry. The townhomes are an owner occupied, and those will be they'll be in the twos. So that kind of helps us get to our affordable housing goals, and also owner occupied housing that tends to stabilize a community.
Okay, great. I think at this time we need to open up the public hearing. Can I have someone make a motion to do that?
I would
Actually,
make a
you do
motion.
that, Candy.
What?
You do that as chair for this item. You
I
open it up.
open up the public hearing? Okay.
Yep.
I would like to open up the public hearing at this time. And I know that we have several comments.
Yeah,
Do you want to go ahead and take care of those, Alex?
I will do that. So I sent out an updated list just a couple minutes ago, and when we close the public hearing, I'll send out the final list of everything that's come in. First, we've got a few comments on YouTube, on the YouTube channel from Janelle Wright. Her first question is, I don't see where the townhome design offers a 2-car garage. Can that be explained? Her second is, will this be low income housing? And the third is, what is the price point of the townhomes? And she asked those, I think, before they were answered. But the low income housing and the price point questions were just dealt with. The townhomes are accessed by rear loaded garages. Okay, going into the emails that I've received so far, emails and letters. I'm going to do this in chronological order, starting with the newest ones and then working back to the oldest ones. So the first is an email from Will Marshall, who says, Zoning and Planning Commission, my name is Will Marshall and I live at 8038 South Tap Lane. I submit these comments to be read at the meetings and ask that the committee vote against this proposal for the following reasons. First and foremost, if I recall correctly, the previous request was brought in front of the City Council and was struck down. In their explanation, they stated that the council would not consider approving rezoning plans of more than 6 to 8 homes per acre. Please take this into consideration today. The second biggest concern is the increase of cars parking on 80th South, resulting in hazardous conditions for residents trying to pull out onto 80th South. It's currently a challenge as you have to inch out to see around cars parked on 80th. I witnessed the body of Jordan Hughley, who was hit and killed by a car on 80th where these units are to be built. To this day, I cannot get the image of his body out of my head, and I think of him every time I drive past where the accident took place. If you look at the flyer that was sent out with a satellite picture and proposed units, you will see that there are approximately 20 cars parked on 80th South in the middle of the day. These new units will only increase that number and create more dangerous conditions for people trying to pull into 80th South. As a financial advisor, I understand risk and the multiple risks associated with any investment. I have also run my own business and understand the challenges associated. In business, sometimes you make money, sometimes you lose money, and sometimes you break even. It is not the responsibility of the Planning Commission or City Council to right his mistakes, and if he had made a bad investment decision and cannot come up with something that will work on his land. I would like to say that I do like the adjustments and improvements he's made from the original request, but feel that 10 per acre is just too much. The only way I would feel comfortable with this current proposal would be to turn 80th South into a 1-lane each direction with turn lane down the middle. This would make 80th South safer and eliminate the hazardous excess parking on the road. Thank you. All right. Second is an email from Lorraine Bailing, and I apologize in advance if I butcher anybody's names. I did not get pronunciation guides with some of these. She said, attached is a letter for the meeting tonight. Thank you. And in her letter, she says, Midvale City Planning Commission, I am a resident living within 300 feet of the 128 unit project being planned at 300 East, 8000 South. I have viewed the proposed map and I do have some concerns. One, the 50 townhome units that would go in where the Mountain View Christian Assembly currently stands is too small of a parcel to accommodate that many units without neighborhood disruption of parking and traffic. The private roads in the plan are too narrow to allow for any additional parking of cars. This would ultimately result in residents parking on 300 East as well as 8000 South. Currently, there are many times when 8000 South is lined with overflow parked cars from the existing multifamily dwellings, making it difficult to obtain a clear line of sight to pull out onto 8000 South from 300 East. I see the additional parking stalls, but they seem inadequate. This large number of units would stress an already congested area and increase traffic accident danger. Two, the notion of putting 50 units on 2.49 acres compared to 78 homes on the remaining 10 plus acres is an unreasonable percentage for the project. About 40% of the project is planned to be placed on that small acreage. Three, the 50 units on 2.49 acres are not consistent with the single family residences and lower density housing in the area. nor is it consistent with the rest of the proposed project. I am concerned about the narrow private roads throughout the project. The packed design of the project appears to be a fire hazard for the neighborhood. 5, again, the possible overflow from parked cars throughout the single-family lots represents a safety issue on 300 East and 8000 South. There are several single-family lots with driveway access from those streets that will likely increase street parking and dangers. 6, the traffic study I am aware of to check the viability of adding this many units on this amount of acreage occurred at a time when Utah was under the stay home, stay safe order due to COVID-19 and would not be an accurate representation of normal traffic in the area. Thank you for the opportunity to offer input on this project. I hope you will look more closely at the current plans and make adjustments to address traffic congestion, traffic dangers, and stark differences with the existing neighborhood before the project is given the green light. Thank you, Lorraine Bailey. Next, an email from John and Julie Bruderer, who say, to whom it may concern, our names are John and Julie Bruderer. We live at 8033 Tap Lane. We would like to express my concerns with rezoning the properties at 236 East, 8000 South, 248 East, 8000 South, and 264 East, 8000 South from SF1 to RM12. 1, we are concerned with the increased amount of traffic on 8000 South that will result from the additional housing units, especially multifamily dwellings. 2, we are concerned with the increase in demand and delays at the State Street and 8000 South intersection traffic signal and the 700 East and 8000 South intersection. 3, we are concerned with the parking issues on 8000 South that will increase with the additional housing units. Pulling out of Tap Lane onto 8000 South is becoming very dangerous now, let alone with the increase in residents. 3 sub 1, currently people park on the south side of 8000 South on the east and west sides of Tap Lane, and it is very difficult to see traffic that is coming from the east or the west. Most of the time I pull out onto 8000 very slowly and cautiously to avoid being struck. I was almost in an accident last week and had to quickly back up to avoid being involved in an accident. People are told they can't park there, but they do anyway, and it is very dangerous. The issue will only increase as the population increases. People who visit or stay overnight will wind up parking on 8000 South. 4, we are concerned with water pressure issues that will be a result of the additional housing units. 4 sub 1, our water pressure is very low at this point in time and will decrease as the demand increases. 5, we are concerned with the increased demand on public services. 5 sub 1, as the population increases, the need for fire, police, and other services increases. 6, we are concerned with the concept of affordable housing, you put it in quotes. 6 sub 1, people moving into the area would be more likely to stay in the area if the homes being built were roughly the size of the homes in the Larson Cove subdivision located on 8135 South between 125 East and 230 East. 6 sub 2, one of the reasons covered in the Midvale City Council meeting for keeping the properties mentioned above zoned SF1 was that the area would become neighborhoods that would foster lasting and established relationships. 6 sub 3, people moving into the smaller homes will likely be short-term residents. People will move out into different neighborhoods with larger homes to accommodate their needs as their family size increases. Why not build homes now that will fill a family's future needs and thus increase the possibility of them staying in the area and reduce the turnover rate? 6 sub 4, lower cost housing generally draws people who have issues with crime, drugs, alcohol, etc. 6 sub 4 sub 1, when Candlestick Apartments were built in 1984, they were very nice luxury apartments. Over the last 36 years, they have declined to the point where they are now low income housing and there are numerous issues with drugs and violence. On May 1st, 2020, less than 2 weeks ago, there was a murder-suicide there. 6 sub 4 sub 2, we agree that there are many people without these types of issues who need an opportunity to get into a starter home, but having lived in the Salt Lake Valley for over 45 years, we have seen many starter developments that have deteriorated over the years. 5800 South, 4600 West, Kearns, for example. 7, we are concerned that roughly 6 months ago, the Midvale City Council voted to keep the properties mentioned above zoned as SF1AO, and now it is being proposed again to rezone those same properties to RM12. It had already been decided to leave them SF1AO. Why should we need to address the issue again? Our feelings are that the area should not be rezoned to RM12 and that the lot and home sizes should be increased. Thank you for listening. John and Julie Bruder. Next, an email from Jacob Sharkey, who says, hello, my name is Jacob Sharkey and I live at 8048 South Tap Lane, and my wife, Audrey Sharkey, and I object to the current proposed rezoning to multifamily at this and any time in the near future. As a parent, the increase of residents increases traffic patterns, which potentially increases potential for more accidents, a potential increase in crime, wear and tear on our roads, and could have negative effects on education if classrooms grow larger than they already are. We moved to this area from West Jordan because it was primarily families and older residents that offered our family insulation from the growing multifamily residences. Since there has been a large increase along nearby State Street, and that is already too much for our liking. Please feel free to contact me for further discussion if necessary. Thank you, Jacob Sharkey. Next, an email from Jonathan West, who says, good afternoon. I have a few questions I would like to have considered or discussed at this evening's Planning Commission meeting regarding rezone of 300 East, 8000 South. 1, has the developer purchased all of the land, including the church building for which rezoning is requested? 2, when do they intend to begin construction and where? 3, it looks like from the map, the smallest and highest density properties are on the church parking lot and the building area itself. Is this true? 4, why are you not rezoning the 3 residential properties at the corner of 300 East and 80th South? 5, what does the red dotted line on the map mean? Is there a larger map available online? Union Middle School already has 30 plus students in every class, 50 in PE, and reconstruction does not begin on the school for another couple of years after Hillcrest is completed, from what I understand. Where will Union put their additional students? Same question for nearby elementary schools. I understand Mid-Valley is being rebuilt. I will point out, I sent an email back to Mr. West and gave him a link to the staff report where he could view those documents in greater detail. Next, an email from Janice Steele, who says, hi, Alex. I received the letter containing the notice of public hearing for the proposed Midvale Mills complex, and I had a series of preliminary questions. I hope these can be addressed in the meeting this evening. First, and she didn't number these, they're just dots, so I won't read numbers. It is difficult to view the building plans in the notice provided. Could an online version be made available that can be viewed more clearly? It is unclear in the letter how many stories each building would be. Please confirm. What is the distance between houses on 8000 South? The property density appears to be higher than appropriate for this area. The building plan included in the letter from the city does not show any trees or greenery, both of which contribute to curb appeal and cooling the residences. What are the plans to include trees or other greenery on the property? What are the proposed price ranges? Building cheap, lower quality buildings will impact the comparable home prices for other Midvale property owners. What is the proposed timing to build each phase of the development? What hours would construction take place, work days versus weekend? How does the builder account for potential issues driven by the COVID-19 pandemic, e.g. workforce, social distancing? How does the builder plan to manage financial risks caused by COVID-19 pandemic? And here she linked a Salt Lake Tribune article, which I did not open up. Has the impact of several hundred new residential vehicles driving on public roads been accounted for? What is the impact and what is the cost to maintain the public roads? What is the potential impact of large construction vehicles on public roads and on the surrounding areas? Has the builder committed to pay for associated road damage? How will the city account for the increased water and sewer infrastructure needs? What infrastructure needs to be enhanced and what is the associated cost to the city and its residents? What is the anticipated impact on water pressure of the new complex on the surrounding areas? What is the impact to water and sewer during construction phases? And here she linked to a post on Facebook from Midvale City. What kind of liability bonds exist for the construction project, including non-completion? What is the impact of rainfall with the additional non-porous surfaces, e.g. roofs, sidewalks, the accumulation of water in the complex and surrounding areas and runoff? How will additional student counts be accounted for in local schools? What is the potential impact to local taxes to support additional students? Thank you for your attention. Best, Janet M. Steele. With me so far?
We're here.
All right, next, an email from Brenda Tapp, who says, this has been a total single family residential and still is, with yards and space between homes for enjoyment. You have permitted the townhomes on the north side of 8000 South and the real new townhome project on 8000 South, running north and south, all which are parking on 8000 South. By the way, their street is too narrow for them to park on. Their driveways are short and narrow and can't even accommodate 2 vehicles. This has become a very hazardous entering onto 8000 South with blind corners. Example, very bad wreck, 450 East, 8000 South. Driver was unable to see around parked cars entering onto 8000 South. The owner is renting rooms in-house to 5 tenants in which they all have a vehicle, 2-car driveway. With this proposal, 12 lots per acre, with a section for multifamily, medium density, 8000 South cannot handle what you have permitted as of now. The light at 8000 South and State Street is backing to the railroad tracks and past, and funeral home that you permitted, unbelievable street parking, excessive question marks. Looks like you have a traffic study going on. This will be invalid due to the lockdown of COVID-19, correct? Looks like the townhome project on the corner of 8000 South and 300 East has small drive-in way, no driveways, no overflow parking. The project you allowed by 7800 tracks is unbelievable. What an eyesore in the parking there. Please, Midvale City, reconsider this project. Do not change the zoning for this area is single family and should remain for the upcoming generations. Midvale City has been for family. Please, Midvale City planners, hear the people in your community. Thank you, Richard and Brenda Tapp. 8057 Tapp Lane. Kurt Laird sends an email where he says he would like the following concerns communicated to the Planning Council. I assume he meant Planning Commission. The proposed townhome community does not fit with the surrounding neighborhood. While it is true that such communities are present north of 8000 South, the communities on the south side of the road are primarily single-family homes. 2, the single-family homes proposed by the developer are much smaller in size than the adjacent homes, both in the size of the proposed structure and the proposed lots for each home. It just does not fit in this area. Clearly, the developer is more concerned with profit than with providing housing that fits the patterns of the surrounding neighborhood. 3, my overarching concern is that by allowing this relatively high density development with relatively small units, both for the single family homes and townhomes, over time, it will end up attracting investors who will utilize the units as rentals. This will fundamentally change the neighborhood, change the nature of this neighborhood, where most of the homes are primary residences of their owners. Thank you, Kurt. I will also point out that in the comments you received, Mr. Laird had sent me several emails that I responded to, and he did not request that those comments be read after I responded to them. So I'll pass over them. Lorraine Butler sends an email that says, please read the following during the public comment time for items 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 on the agenda. Thank you for the information. And before I go into this one, I will point out that I clarified, and I will need to read this comment on each of those items, even though it's the same for each of them. So we'll have that on those items later as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the citizens of this city have come before this body numerous times seeking a listening ear. They have been upfront and forthright in expressing their concerns, desires, and hopes for the future development of Midvale that should be functional, attractive, and continue to maintain a family small town feel, a community that will provide safe streets, neighborhoods, and business districts. They have been asked to participate in planning that growth with input to reflect this goal. They never planned for 10-story buildings to be built on State Street or the corner of Center Street. These plans were presented by the company hired to take the ideas of the community and meld them into a working plan for all, developers included. Development was encouraged on 7200 east of the 7200 east of the I-15 freeway, where structures could be larger to accommodate hotels, small shops, dining, and ways to promote the accessibility of the ski resorts. It was hoped for both sides of 7200 South to be developed, leaving the existing neighborhoods intact. Today, where the agenda is full of rezoning projects to change the look of established neighborhoods and new neighborhoods, please consider those who have made Midvale a good place to live, the homeowners. Adding well-built, attractive places for families, single persons, and businesses is desired. Adding more units to little spaces leaves our city a place of instability, not long-term residency. Traffic surveys are skewed, never in favor of the community. Parking continues to be a problem on small roads so that garbage, emergency vehicles, and residents' safety is endangered. This will be the situation with the proposed Midvale Mills development, Alabama Park Street / Jefferson Court, and 7100 South Platte. During virtual meetings, public input will most likely be minimal. It may also be that the voices of those in the city seem to be ignored. Many of you are new to this committee. Your desire to serve your neighbors and retain the feel of your city is noble and time-consuming. You being chosen to serve brings a burden and a responsibility to make the city of Midvale the best city of Midvale, the heart of the county with a small town feel, not a Daybreak, Saratoga Springs, or Lehigh, but a Murray, Mill Creek, or Holiday. Please consider reducing the height and density of the project on Alabama, place more small single-family dwellings on the Midvale Mill site, reduce the height and number of homes at Jefferson to blend in with existing residences. Consider making the request more consistent with the neighborhood at 7100 South. Thank you for your time and consideration. Lorraine Butler. Sorry, I just got an email about this topic that I'll get to once I'm done with this one. Next, an email from Christian Blutzacker. Again, I apologize for butchering names, who says, my name is Christian and I reside at 8045 Tapp Lane. I have a few concerns with the Midvale Mill site plan that I would like to address. My first issue is, why do we have to keep packing in houses and townhomes in every square inch? At the last meeting I attended, I was told that the original 3 lots were too narrow and there isn't really anything you can do with the land other than pack in townhomes. It looks like they solved that problem with a proposed 12-acre development. With such a large parcel of land, it could easily be divided into single-family homes with the normal setbacks that everyone else has to abide with, including myself and other residents in the area. 8000 South is a 2-lane road with no turn lanes and is now a parking lot on both sides of the road. See attached photos, which are included in the package I sent to the commission. The parking does not work with townhomes tightly packed next to each other. If you look to the north, you will see, even with the newly developed units, that the second they are built, 8000 South becomes their parking stalls. It is ridiculous and also very dangerous to pull out of the side streets because of visibility. I agree that there needs to be housing that is also affordable and that townhomes fit that niche. The problem is the last 2 times I have heard that new development or phase has been completed and the homes were either lease only or $367,000 a unit. That is not what I call affordable housing, and the other is no opportunity at all to afford a home because they are rentals. I have heard many times, how can I make any money out of that? I need to build more. I might be wrong, but the city of Midvale should not be influencing and affecting a private business's loss and profits. Also, I've seen plenty of land developed in the area, including my street, Tap Lane, that seem to have worked. I know that Salt Lake County's population is supposed to explode in the next 50 or something years, but that doesn't mean Midvale has to house it all. 8000 South has done its part to help with expansion. The majority of the north side of the street is condensed townhomes. We don't need to include the other side of the street as well. I'm gonna take a quick breather here because this email I got is a request to see the stream. Apparently somebody is struggling to get to the right one. So hold on a sec.
Alex, do you want to forward the email to me and I can figure it out for them?
I just sent her a link.
Okay.
Plus I needed to take a breath for a second because that's a lot of reading. Okay, we're halfway done. Next, an email from Annette McMullen, who says, I would like to comment on the Midvale Mills planned site. 1, the only entrance onto 80th South is from State Street or 7th East, which have both exceeded their traffic limits. This makes no sense to build 128 units with one entrance that requires the use of 80th South. The traffic jam will be horrific trying to get on and off 80th South, plus the excess parking you will have on 80th from the project units themselves. The proposed project has no extra parking on the road, just like the White Pine townhomes. Both parking and traffic will be a continual problem. The City Council and Commission need to change the codes of Midvale Building and Development to be able to say no to developers who are always looking for the cheapest way to make a buck at the expense of the citizens. Why approve anything that adds to problems that haven't been solved yet? Please consider these comments as sincere and heartfelt. Thank you, Annette McMullen. Next, an email from David Hale, who says, good evening. As a homeowner whose property will border the proposed Midvale Mills project, I am emailing to express my opposition to the proposed rezoning. I understand the need for development, and in fact, my family and I have been the beneficiaries of building on a former piece of agricultural land. However, we worked with the city and with the developers to ensure our community would have larger lot sizes and would not be filled with high or medium density housing. The property in question should follow suit. It should be developed in a way that meets the current zoning. As can be seen by the map, the surrounding area is already filled with high and medium density developments, which are already stressing the road and traffic capacity. Furthermore, by keeping the land zoned as single family residential with agricultural overlay, Midvale will provide a greater variety of housing options. Larger lots and larger homes would mean less traffic, but more community involvement. Having offerings for people to build and stay for the long term means a greater sense of care and commitment. There is absolutely a place for all kinds of development. However, in this case, the land has already been zoned correctly, and moving forward with the proposed change would be detrimental to the community. Dave Hale. Next, an email and letter from, the name came as multiple things, Cisneros Fernando, or Fernando Cisneros, who says, I have attached photos and a letter against the rezone of the large-scale master plan proposed by Adam Nash on behalf of Land Development LLC. In his letter, he says, when was the last time you developed a plan to create a recreational area for the community, like a park with tennis courts, pickleball courts, walking trails, swimming pool, or a splash pad and playground for the children and community? Why is it always about the amount of money the city and developer could make? Why do you jeopardize the integrity and stability of a single family home neighborhood with a developer who took a risky business decision on purchasing the church property for his big dreams on making a significant profit? We decided to build our home in Midvale because of the single family zoning in the neighborhood. Why are you allowing one individual, Adam Nash, who will not live in the neighborhood, to persuade you in changing a single family home zone into multifamily homes? Adam Nash, the developer, will not have to deal with a large volume of traffic each day and a large scale master plan of building 128 units. The elementary school and road size is not adequate for the large volume of traffic and limited parking as shown on the master plan. I am attaching photos of some multifamily dwellings on 8000 South experiencing parking congestions. And then he attaches a couple photos and says, the first photo shows 8 multi-attached homes, 8000 South with individual driveways, and yet vehicles are parked on the streets. Second photo shows multi-attached family homes, 8,000 South, with individual garages, and yet vehicles are parked on the through street, blocking the path of a fire truck or ambulance. I am completely against the rezoning of the large-scale master plan. I want to maintain the existing status zoning of single-family homes. Mr. Adam Nash should accept his losses and sell the property to either bigger developers, Hard Rock Homes, Perry Homes, Pepperdine Homes, Edge Homes, etc., who have built single-family luxury homes with similar property lots. Mr. Cisneros Fernando. The pictures in his letter are also included in the packet I sent over. Michelle Walker says, thank you for talking on the phone with me. I had spoken with her that day, and she says, I am attaching my letter with comments about rezoning and attaching signatures from the surrounding neighborhoods that is against rezoning. Thank you for your time. Ms. Walker provided a letter and a petition, and in checking with how we should deal with these in the minutes, I've been advised to read the names of to read the letter and also read the full list of names on the petition. He says, attention, Alex Murphy and Planning Commission. This letter is to inform you and plead with you once again to not consider the rezoning from single-family residential to a large-scale multifamily medium density rezone applied for by Adam Nash on behalf of Land Development LLC. On December 3rd, 2019, the Planning Commission met to consider rezoning. Many people in the neighborhood attended that meeting, including myself. It was clear in the meeting that our neighborhood did not want a rezoning change and wished for the zoning to stay in place for single-family homes. Although we walked away from that meeting feeling triumphant and that our voices were heard, it is apparent now that our voices were not heard at all and ignored. I do not understand why this hearing is being brought up again when so many people are against the multifamily rezoning. I will restate what was said in the last meeting and identify other reasons why multifamily dwellings are dangerous to our health and safety. Before I go on, I'll just clarify. December 3rd, 2019 was the City Council meeting. The Planning Commission met in November. I believe Ms. Walker attended both meetings. She goes on to say, the CDC in Utah has stated that population density plays a factor in the number of coronavirus deaths. Salt Lake County, with the state's highest density, has the largest number of COVID-19 cases in the state. Sharing walls with others, as in multifamily dwellings, will increase the density of our neighborhood. Moreover, growing families living in multifamily dwellings eventually move into single-family dwellings for a much larger space to expand the family, therefore leaving the multifamily dwellings to random renters, which causes instability in the community. In addition, we already went through this on December 3rd, 2019, when we came to the meeting. Please allow me to reiterate the comments that were given then against rezoning. Mr. John Bruderer, a resident of Taplane, is concerned that 80th South is becoming too busy. The White Pine townhomes are causing additional congestion. It is difficult for residents to see up and down the street when pulling out from their homes due to parking along the street. He questioned how the traffic will be remedied. He is also concerned about the additional residents coming into the area. He would prefer the development be single-family homes. Ms. Michelle Safadi, sorry again, a resident of Cypress Pine Cove, stated that she agrees with Mr. Bruderer. The speed limit on the street was increased to 35 miles per hour, and she is concerned for the safety of pedestrians and children. She feels that White Pines does not provide enough parking for their residences. Her biggest concerns are traffic and parking too. Ms. Reva Norris stated that she is concerned about water service interruptions that get interrupted already. She is also concerned about the parking issues that those who spoke previously have also mentioned. Mr. Christopher Ashby stated that he represents approximately 18 homeowners who have similar concerns as those already presented. They, the homeowners, have worked hard to maintain the character of the area as it has changed and grown. The high density multifamily units is outside of the history and community that has always existed in the area. He feels the changes do not serve the greater good. He would like to maintain its current identity. Mr. John Bruderer returned to the counter to add that he too has concerns about water pressure that is already an issue. Ms. Walker goes on. Furthermore, schools are already crowded and it would burden the surrounding schools with that much density, as well as safety concerns of children going to schools and buses, as it is already highly congested on 8,000 South. Currently, there are sections of incomplete sidewalks on both sides of 8,000 South, and cars park on 8,000 South, which makes it dangerous for pedestrians and bicyclists. More people will further congest an already congested road. In the notes of the proceedings of the City Council meeting on December 3rd, 2019, Paul Hunt said it should stay single-family homes. Bryant Brown agreed. Paul Glover said it should stay single-family homes, and Bryant Brown moved to deny the proposed rezone. Why are we discussing this matter again? I am confused as to why this is being proposed again when the community has clearly expressed the desire to maintain the zoning as single-family. I am not opposed to change. Change can be good, but it can also be bad. For example, the coronavirus pandemic has caused myriads of changes, but we have learned from those changes. We have learned the importance of social distancing. We have learned that multifamily housing units in high density areas of the population are more susceptible to contracting the coronavirus. People who live in single family homes with ample space to breathe and grow are healthier and safer in their communities. Mr. Nash stated that to make money on this development, he would have to sell homes for $800,000. I would ask him how much money and what is the dollar amount of his greed threshold, underlined. I can assure you that luxury homes would work in this area. There are many less desirable places than Midvale and Sandy area that have built luxury homes that sell from $500,000 to $900,000. For example, Tap Lane, Harriman, Bluffdale, Sage Estates, and Hard Rock Home on 9097 South 300 East. People are attracted to centrally located areas such as Midvale so that they are closer to downtown shopping and the freeway. How many areas does Midvale have with luxury homes? How many areas does Midvale have with multifamily homes and apartments? You know the answer. Please consider the majority votes against rezoning to multifamily. Attached is a list of signatures from surrounding neighborhoods voting against rezoning. Single family homes should continue to remain in the neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration, Michelle Walker. Okay, I'm going to again apologize in advance because I'm going to butcher names, and there are also names on this list that I am unable to read due to handwriting. So I will do the best I can. So we have Spencer Updike, William Marshall, Allison Marshall, Richard Tapp, Brenda Tapp, Jacob and Audrey Sharkey, Christian Bledsacker, Natalie Bledsacker, John and Julie Bruderer, Karen Tarbett, Jaylene and David Hale, Susan and Landry Red, Mark Bird, Richard Rudy, Kathy and Kyle Rudy, I believe, Rex Meyer, Tammy Meyer, Rizwan Khan, Fernando Cisneros, Marcy Holiday, Oli Blanton, Maya, I can't read the last name, Blanton, I think, or close to it. Michelle Michaels, Reva Norris, another name I can't read, Jordan Nelson, and Michelle Walker. Again, that list was provided to the Planning Commission in the packet I sent over. Next, an email from Jordan Nelson representing the Larson Cove HOA. Jordan Nelson also sent an individual message that I'll get to after this one. The Larson Cove HOA is a project of 20 homeowners and Midvale citizens whose properties are directly adjacent to the proposed Midvale Mills project. Individually and collectively, we have made a strong commitment to preserving this part of the community as a place where people can come, put down roots, and raise their families. The residents of our neighborhood are extremely active in and supportive of local civic, academic, religious, and other community causes. More than half our residents have relocated from another house, townhome, or condominium within a few block radius because we have chosen to stay and contribute long-term. Many have been here for decades. We find it disappointing that neither the current property owner nor the would-be developer has reached out to share their vision or invite any collaboration from neighbors, stakeholders who genuinely care about the best interest of the community. It is also unsettling to see in the plan a nonsensical component of the proposed development which juts out purposelessly through our neighborhood and would have a direct adverse impact on 5 of our homes. Suffice it to say that we are strongly opposed to our city changing the zoning of the subject property from its current status as single-family residential with agricultural overlay to multifamily residential medium density. There exists a preponderance of multifamily housing all around the area, with more being added constantly, while land for single-family homes with reasonable sized lots are becoming more and more scarce. While a change of zoning may serve the short-term interests of an outside developer, it would be detrimental for the people of Midvale City long-term, as it would further permanently reduce the opportunity for a family to come and stay. In our view, there is no compelling public interest that would be served by changing the zoning. To the contrary, it would serve to further perpetuate a growing housing imbalance, contributing to increased transiency and the corresponding erosion of community allegiance. Sincerely, Larson Cove HOA Board. Jordan Nelson also says, I'd like to voice my comment concerning the Midvale Mills rezoning application. The density proposed will create traffic and parking issues that the infrastructure is just not prepared to bear. The nature of these types of units will bring households with the potential for several cars each, especially down the road as the conversion to rentals takes place. The overflow will cause substantial street parking. The cars from the units to the north are already parking on 80th South, which is dangerous as it is. Please consider the existing surrounding single-family homeowners who have conformed to current zoning. My recommendation would be to keep the zoning as is, or at least for the applicant to go back to the drawing board. Additionally, there are certain types of units and their property sizes that lend to families moving into the neighborhood, families that can raise children and stay for a while. Families are the fabric of Midvale City and any other for that matter. Many of the units proposed do not lend to families purchasing and staying. I have other thoughts surrounding this, but wanted to keep this brief. Please know of my opposition to the proposed application. Sincerely, Jordan Nelson. Oli Blanton says, I'm looking for additional information on the proposed Midvale Mills development of 128 apartment units at the address of 8000 South and 300 East. My questions for the commission. One, as an owner of a home located across the street from the site, are there any studies that have been done to prove this project would better our community in a positive way? Two, changing the zoning of residential to multifamily residential has had a negative impact to property values. How does the city of Midvale plan to balance the negative impact to homeowners in the area? Three, is there a plan for the expansion of Midvale city resources to accommodate the project? With an increase in depth, there will need to be an increase in safety, emergency, and utility services. Would the current residents in the area be paying for this increase in public services? And can the city provide details on safety and emergency coverage? I did respond to this email from Oli Blanton, and in summary said, there has not been a study to document benefits to the community, nor is one required. Rezoning to multifamily residential has been shown to increase or have no effect on property values, and I provided a couple links to some studies. And then for safety, emergency, and utility services, utility expansion would be the responsibility of the developer. Safety and emergency services are verified during the review process by Unified Fire, and then also that the new landowners will pay their own costs for the expansion of those services. Michelle Timothy says, my name is Michelle Timothy Safadi and I live in White Pines on 8000 South. I'm a little confused because I was at the public meeting where Mr. Nash's request for medium density housing was denied. Even the council member who believes in high and medium density housing said he agrees that 80th can't take it. It is so dangerous already, yet here we are again with a 128 unit multifamily development. I don't understand. After the public hearing, I understood that he was told he could only build single family homes. There was a strong presence at the meeting and medium density was denied. Please help clear this up for me. Thank you, Michelle. Tyler Wright says in an email, Dear Mr. Murphy, Midvale Planning Commission and City Council, I am writing in regards to the proposed rezoning of the area near 300 East and 8000 South. I happen to live in one of the neighborhoods south of the area proposed for rezoning. First, I will recognize that I appreciate the City Council's original ruling in December against the rezoning and also the City Council's desire that the area be used for single family dwelling units that match the surrounding neighborhoods. This current proposal appears to mostly meet that desire. Although I am not opposed to the general concept of the current revised plan for the area, there are some safety concerns I would hope would be addressed and modified prior to allowing the proposed development to be permitted. First is in the area where they are, First is in the area where they are proposing multifamily units in the area of the current Mountain View Christian Assembly. Although not opposed to some multifamily units in this development, the number being placed on that plot of land seems excessive and the proposed parking inadequate for that many units. If that many units are permitted, we will have spillover parking on 8000 South and 300 East, creating hazardous traffic sightline conditions. We have seen this parking spillover on other locations around 8000 South where multifamily homes have been crammed into a tiny area on the north side of the street. We have already had an auto pedestrian death in that location in the last couple of years, and a student was hit by a car a few years before that. The number of units in that area should be reduced to minimize spillover parking. Second is to make sure the homes in the development have adequate setback from the road that allows for vehicles to park in the driveway without the ends of the vehicles sticking onto the sidewalks. This creates a dangerous condition where drivers backing out of their driveways are unable to see children and pedestrians coming down the sidewalk. From the site plan that was sent to the public, I was unable to determine if this was met. Third, as an engineer, I noticed a traffic counter installed at the intersection a few months back. Any sort of traffic study that was done should be null and void and called into question because it happened during the school closures and stay-at-home recommendations during this current pandemic. An accurate reading of the traffic numbers along 8000 South cannot be determined until school is back in session and pandemic restrictions are significantly reduced. Perhaps this proposal should be postponed until accurate traffic readings and study can be produced in the fall. Once again, I would stress that I am not opposed to the development if it can be done with safety of children and the general public in mind, and that a traffic study done with the real traffic demands being included in the safety assessment. The developer should be allowed to make a profit on his project. However, he should not be permitted to make a fortune gambling with the safety of the public and school children in the area. Thanks for your consideration of placing these factors into your deliberations when you meet. Tyler Wright. Almost done. Ed Summers says, Mr. Murphy, I received in the mail a notice of public hearing concerning the Midvale Mills project at approximately 300 East 8000 South. My property borders the back part of this planned community and I have some comments/concerns that I would like to bring up for the public hearing. My address is 239 East 8135 South. I have lived in this community for the past 7 years. One of the driving factors for my family to move to this area was the ability to have a decent sized lot within the heart of the valley. This has provided an ideal environment to raise my 5 young children. How does rezoning this property benefit our community? I think it detracts from the inherent beauty of this area and may adversely affect the existing residents. Other developers have been able to build successfully here within the current zoning guidelines, Tap Lane and Larson Cove being 2 examples. In addition, the concept plan that was provided does not comply with SF1AO or RM12 zoning guidelines. The single family homes that would be adjacent to my property are shown to be 45 by 78 feet or 3,510 square feet per lot. Per chapter 17-7-3.3 of the city zoning ordinance, the minimum lot size for an RM12 zone would be 50 feet by 100 feet or 5,000 square feet, while the current SF1 zone, SF1/AO zone requires 55 feet width and 7,000 square feet. Thank you, Ed Summers. Spencer Updike says, Alex, I would like to add my comments to that which is presented to the Planning Commission. My comments will be very short because this meeting doesn't make sense to me. I was at the city council meeting several months ago when the city councilors made it very clear they didn't want townhouses on the south side of 8,000 South. Why is this proposal even allowed to be presented to the Planning Commission? Please have Mr. Nash make a proposal that is in line with what the council has already decided. This is not a good use of our time. Finally, Brooke Fowler says, I am writing to you regarding the proposed zoning changes to 8,000 South 300 East in Midvale. We live across the street from the church. We choose to live in this location for the open space that surrounds our home and neighborhood. How quiet the neighborhood and surrounding area was, the ease of exiting and entering our neighborhood. We especially picked our location because there were not any homes south of our house, which gave us beautiful views from the south and east. A few years ago, most of that was taken away when Midvale City changed the zoning to allow Brad Reynolds to build multifamily residential townhomes. We attended the public hearing and voiced our concerns to no avail. Although the new community looks nice, it has significantly increased the traffic on 7800 South and 8000 South between State Street and 700 East. When school is in session, it is extremely difficult/dangerous to make our way out of the neighborhood as there are many more people living in the area. It is already dangerous for our children. My son was almost hit by a car on 8000 South by the Brad Reynolds development, and ourselves to walk, run, or bike, and adding 128 new structures will have a very negative impact in many ways. When we went to the last public hearing, all of the concerns that were voiced were ignored. There was not compelling evidence to change the zoning laws like we were told there had to be. We were misled on what the size and heights were of the structures. We were told that the new structures were not going to obstruct our views and the structures would be significantly smaller than they are. Brad Reynolds raised the land by bringing in dirt. It is roughly 10 feet higher than it originally was. We no longer have any sort of view other than seeing into people's homes. We were very disappointed in Midvale City and have continued to be disappointed. The fact that the city is allowing most of the open space or space that comes available to be built on by homes, but mostly townhomes, is disgusting. Why don't you think about your residents and their well-being and stop seeing dollar signs? I understand that it costs a lot of money to run a city, but packing in people when there is not the infrastructure is plain irresponsible. Why don't you put in some green space for once? Providing places for families to play and have fun would be so much better than adding roughly 200 more cars to the area, polluting it more. Do something right for once, Midvale, and stop thinking about yourselves and your own pockets and think about the citizens who made a commitment to live in a reputable city. Brooke Fowler. Okay, hold please, just a moment. Janelle Wright posted additional comments on the YouTube video and said, what measures are being taken when a property owner invests as a rental and rents this property to tenants whose numbers exceed the allotted parking spots? Many rent to 2 or more families or students. This often results in 4 to 6 vehicles lining the road. And then Roman Typer requested the Zoom code and password, which is not available to the public. Okay, that's all I had. Jana and Laura are also monitoring public comment channels. Do they have any additional comments on this item?
Hi, Alex. This is Laura Magnus, and we do not have any additional comments on our Facebook page, and I have not received any emails.
Okay. All right. Unless Jana has any, which it seemed like she didn't, I think that's all of them. Okay, Candy, back to you. You're muted still, by the way.
How does that keep happening to me?
Well, our IT staff might be muting people as they make noise when they're not talking.
I think they're muting me when I'm not supposed to be muted.
Okay. We have passed our allotted 5 minutes. You're still muted, by the way.
And it says that
There you
I'm,
go.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we've allotted our 5 minutes for our public hearing. We can now hear from the applicant to address some of those issues if he would like to do that.
Yes, I'm here again, Adam Nash. I feel like just listening to some of these comments, we did address a lot of the concerns with the studies and the design and layout that we've come up with. We've worked closely with staff to make sure that we're addressing everything inside of the code. Some comments I can answer pretty plainly. There is an irrigation line that runs east-west through the center of the property, and that will definitely be piped where it's open and continue through our property. That's state law, by the way, and so everyone has to do the same thing. In regards to people looking in people's backyards, I just want to point out that all those people on the south that are up toward 300 East, they have walls, and they've raised their lots. They have walls that are 12 and 14 feet high at each of their boundary lines, and their side is 6 or 8 feet higher than our side is. So it doesn't make sense that anyone's looking into their backyard. It would be more the other way. Discussion about building height. We're talking 2-story single family residential, 3-story for the multifamily. And a new thing that's really popular is these rooftop view decks. And we're planning to do those as well. I would say that that's the bulk of the information that I could add to this. I don't want to get into a argumentative thing or name calling. I don't think it's beneficial to anybody, but the residents of our communities are standout people. We need alternative housing, of course, so that people can work their way up the ladder if they so choose to end up in some of these really nice homes. Unfortunately, a lot of people can't do that, and they need the kind of housing that we're providing. We have no doubt that the project will be successful, and it will be a benefit to the community.
Okay, thank you. We'll now open up the discussion among the commissioners.
Andy, before you do that,
Yes.
I have one person that's wanting to possibly make another comment by email. So
Let's go ahead with that.
Yeah, so I just messaged her back and asked her to send me that information real briefly. And then we should probably close the public hearing portion before moving into
Before we do our discussion, yes.
Unless you want to continue to encourage comments to come in while you have your discussion.
No, I think we're okay to close it.
Okay, so let's give this commenter just a minute to see if she can send me that email real quick and take a break for a second.
Can I let the commissioners take a bathroom break if they need one right now while we're waiting?
Or do we want to wait and do that at a break between items?
After we're done, okay. That was for you, Robin.
Thank you.
I hate to keep you here longer, but yeah, let's at least get through this item and then and then we can take a quick recess. While we're waiting, I'll reiterate for the commission and the applicants and anybody that's watching online that the Planning Commission's bylaws require a vote by the full commission to hear any new item if the meeting goes past 10:30. So any items that don't get heard in this meeting, and if the commission votes to table them, will be heard at the next meeting. Our plan at the staff level at this point would be that if there are any items that do get postponed like that, they would be heard on May 27th, which currently is not scheduled for a meeting, but would be held as a special meeting. Okay, Michelle Walker says she wanted to ask about Adam Nash building single family homes. That is all she said. I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to ask, Ms. Walker. So if you could clarify that, I would appreciate it. She says, why can't he do luxury single family homes? Okay, that makes more sense.
Mr. Nash, do you want to address that?
Sure. We think that the product that we're providing is appropriate for clients that we have moving into our communities. And that'll help the project be stable as well as, an overall benefit in the community. Some of the things I've heard somewhat border on a bias that I'm not comfortable with. I can tell you that the only people we sell homes to are people that have money. So other than that, we don't disqualify anybody from moving into our communities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I haven't
so
seen any other indication that we're expecting comments. So
Okay.
now could be a
So
good
with
time.
that, I'd like to take a motion to close the public hearing.
I would second that.
Can you make the motion?
Yeah.
I move we close the public hearing.
And I second that.
Sorry, Dustin.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed.
We need a vote on that one.
Can we do a roll call vote, please?
Nicole?
Yes, ma'am. We can. Commissioner Tippett. Oh, Commissioner Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed. We will open this up now to discussion with the commissioners. Colleen, do you have anything you'd like to discuss?
Yes, I do actually. You know, the 11 points that were brought out as to like the private street section, the pedestrian, the stamp crossing, the 11 points. I took all of that into consideration, and I, for one, there's just too many loops. I think that this needs to be discussed, or I think the developer needs to take care of each of these points. Now, he did take care of, he said, with the ditch relocation, but I would like to see each one of these things taken care of before I vote yes on anything. So in other words, I would make, for myself, I would like to table this until the developer can come back next time with a full explanation.
Okay, thank you, Colleen. Dustin?
I agree with her. I think there's the feedback we're getting. I think everything needs to be clarified.
Robin?
I'm almost dumbfounded by all the people that have written in and their concerns and stuff. And you can't ignore that. Their concerns, the traffic. I've driven on that road many, many times, and it is kind of a nightmare with all of that. And, what is the safety concerns, and how do we justify a study that's done during this epidemic where we're all home? That isn't even valid to me. It's hard to be, it's just hard. I'm with Colleen. I'd want to table it, but that's just my feeling.
Okay, Bart, do you have any comments?
No, I like to thank all the people that did comment, and I don't take their concerns lightly. Just for me personally, I believe when someone moves into a residential area, they like to keep it residential. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Bart. Candace?
Yeah, I appreciate the project evolving. Definitely taking feedback from before I was involved with it on this commission. I can absolutely understand the reservations Colleen and some of the other commissioners have regarding the details of the townhomes and the multifamily, the higher density, just because there are a lot of small details that make a big difference that could really impact the feel of the neighborhood. I do appreciate the diversity of the building types, having several different types of single family homes, albeit on smaller lots than a lot of old town Midvale. I appreciate that there's option there. But I think they're given the amount of feedback and the concern that more detail be paid attention to those parts of the project. The traffic on 80th South sounds like, from what Alex was saying, the perception doesn't necessarily match up with what the traffic study was saying, even if it was normalized outside. But it's still, perception is, there's still a reason that people are feeling that. And so that should be taken into consideration.
Okay, does anyone else have any other comments that they'd like to make?
I got one question, Dustin. Alex, if the commissioners, the councilmen were so against single family, what, I guess, why are we letting them represent single or multifamily again?
Say that again.
If the councilmen, when they voted last time, they said that they wouldn't let this happen.
So ultimately the reason for that is the existing zone, the SF1, with or without agriculture overlay, doesn't allow the level of density that this project proposes. So in order to get this kind of even single family density, we're looking at approximately somewhere in that 4,000 to 5,000 square feet per lot if you factor in all the common areas and stuff. But in order to do that, we need something higher than either of the single family zones the city has currently allows. So if we go through this process and we do the large scale master plan with this specific proposal, that does trigger a requirement for a development agreement, which would then enforce the limit on density that's proposed by this project. So instead of kind of the speculative rezone that some folks might fear would happen here, where it gets rezoned and then the project gets switched out from underneath them and they have no idea and they can't do anything to stop it, kind of like we heard on that 3rd East and Fort Union project several months ago. Instead of something like that happening, if we do this large scale master plan in conjunction with the rezone, that development agreement guarantees that the project that was approved is the project that gets built. And if it doesn't get built, then that means we have to go back in front of the council and convince the council that the change in the project is necessary, which probably also means coming back in front of the planning commission and doing the same. So the short answer is, because RM12 gives the density necessary for this kind of proposal, but we do have some limitations on how that moves forward to help try and calm some of the concerns about allowing the full median density.
Because it seems like single family homes, it seems like all the comments are for it. It's the multifamily that they're having a heartache over.
For me personally, I am concerned about the density in this area. And so I am in agreement with Colleen. I need to see these 11 points that are listed in the staff recommendation. I need to see each one of those addressed to feel better about them.
Yeah.
Is anyone ready to make a motion on this?
I'll make a motion. Okay, I move that we table a decision on the requested rezone and large-scale master plan and direct the applicant to address the items identified in the staff recommendation of the staff report.
Dustin Snow, second it.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Can we have a vote, please?
Commissioner Costello,
Yes,
Anderson,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Hey,
Hey, thank you very much. And we look forward to bringing in a more detailed plan to you guys next time. Thanks for your time.
thank you. Okay, Alex,
Yes.
we're gonna take a quick break while we get Zach back.
Zach is back.
Oh, Zach is back.
Oh yeah, Zach's back. But yeah, so do we need a motion to do a quick recess?
Yes, there does need to be a motion with a second, and you do need to specify how long the recess is and the purpose of it.
So do you really want to know?
I'd like to make a motion to take a 5-minute potty break.
Okay, great. Let's do an exact time. Do you want to just round it up to 8:40 exactly?
Yes.
Okay, so will you amend that then?
okay.
Motion that we take a break until 8:40.
You betcha. Second.
Okay, it's been moved. Colleen seconded.
I second.
And then if Nicole, you could take a quick vote on that.
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes,
Anderson,
Yes.
no.
Okay. And
You're
break.
snickering. You all are laughing and you're all gonna go.
I would say those of you that are stepping away, I recommend muting muting your microphone and turning off your video for the duration of the recess.
You don't want
but
the, you don't want the Supreme Court flush?
Nah, let's not have that.
All right.
Alex, if I turn it off, it may never get on again.
Well, at least mute it, or maybe Juan can.
Okay, I'll mute it. It's muted. Here we are.
We're back.
Yay.
Awesome.
Hi,
So I'm think I'm missing Dustin. I don't see him back yet. So we'll give him just another minute. And then we are gonna fly through these.
Uh-huh.
In
Voila.
one fell swoop.
Uh-huh.
That'd be awesome.
Hmm.
I'm glad you're back, Zach. I don't
Oh,
like
thanks.
Arch.
I was able to go downstairs and pop some popcorn.
Probably watch a movie.
Ate.
Popping popcorn.
I did.
Oh my God.
All right. Looks like Dustin's back. So I guess I'll just call the planning commission back to order at 8:41 p.m.
Geez, I can't hold still. Wait.
What?
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry.
So that's okay. So we will just move on to item number 3 on the original agenda. So
Chair Smallwood, before we move on, could we do a roll call vote just to show it in the record that everybody has returned from the recess?
yeah, Nicole, will you call roll call vote just to make sure we're all here?
I will be happy to. Commissioner, oh, sorry, Tippett,
Here.
Commissioner Snow,
Here.
Commissioner Costello,
Here.
Commissioner Anderson,
Here.
Commissioner Erickson,
Here.
Commissioner Benson,
Here.
and Chairman Smallwood.
I'm here.
We're good.
Cool. Perfect. So now we'll move on to what was agenda item number 3. I apologize. I have this nice laid out Word document, so they are 3 to me right now. So, so this is a request from Frank LeBaron with JLF Investments, requesting to vacate city-owned right-of-way. I apologize. Approximately 320 West Park Street. Is the applicant here this evening?
Yes. Yes. Frank is here. Also, Devin Wenzel for Frank LeBaron.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So, Alex, if you want to go ahead and provide the staff presentation on this guy.
Will do. Give me just a second here. I don't have a super fancy presentation this time because this is a relatively straightforward request. So I'm hoping, because the last couple agenda items went a little longer than we originally anticipated, hopefully we can breeze through these next couple without a whole lot of heartache. So to start, Midvale City owns a right-of-way at about 320 West Park Street. It doesn't have an actual address because it's a road, but it never got built. You can see it here on this image. It's when it was originally dedicated to the city, it was part of the Eastvale Addition plat that was recorded in 1917, about 100 years ago. And the intent was at that time, as best we can tell, to dedicate half of the road with that plat, which covered kind of this area where the existing single family homes are, and then convey the remainder of the right of way to the city with a plat that would cover what now is City Park. Clearly, the rest of that platting effort never happened. The school district ended up with the property, built a school on it. Years passed, and now here we are. Mr. LeBaron and the school district both own property adjacent to this right-of-way. Mr. LeBaron's properties are these 3, actually, right here. The school district owns these 2 plus the balance of the park. The city does have a lease agreement with the school district for use of the park. So that's how we end up having what's there today. And both Mr. LeBaron and the school district would like to see this right-of-way vacated so that they can, well, so more specifically, so Mr. LeBaron can pursue a development proposal on his piece. The school district would not do anything with theirs. It would just return to their ownership. This is this right-of-way is the only access to these parcels. So we've been working with Mr. LeBaron and his staff, including his attorney, who I thought I heard just a moment ago, and have ultimately come to this conclusion that at the staff of this, it's the staff's opinion that vacating this right-of-way, returning it to Mr. LeBaron is the best way for us to approach this kind of unique situation where we have some properties that are currently landlocked. So because the width of that half-width right-of-way isn't large enough to put in a public street, the city is not interested in having any sort of public maintenance or public responsibility for an access on that space. It's currently not wide enough right now to do a private right-of-way. It's 30 feet wide where we need 35 for right-of-way. But if we return it to Mr. LeBaron and the school district's ownership, then Mr. LeBaron can come in and use the existing properties he has, put in a private road right-of-way, and see that his pieces are developed. I do want to admit an error in this process. When I initially sent out notices on this project, I sent out the vacation that we're discussing right now and the subdivision that will come next in the same notice packet. I also sent the wrong boundary on the subdivision request. So there has been some concern that this street vacation would result in the school district developing or selling their properties for development, including the pieces in the park. That's not under consideration. The school district and the city have no interest in seeing that the park area of this gets redeveloped. In fact, as I mentioned, we have a lease over it. So we do have some modicum of control in that area so that we can hopefully, instead of allowing development there, end up purchasing it ourselves if necessary to see that it remains in the park. This process would only really grant Mr. LeBaron the opportunity to develop the pieces that he owns. So this type of process is considered a vacation request. It goes through a staff review first, a planning commission recommendation, and ultimately is decided on by the council. So at the staff level, we've sent it out to all the affected departments, and the consideration is largely that we don't need it. So we're at the staff level fine with it being vacated. There are a few concerns that we want to make sure get addressed. Specifically, there's a water line or a sewer line that absolutely runs through this area before cutting across the park. There may also be water and stormwater lines that run in that area. So we do want to make sure that those are adequately maintained so that they stay in place or get relocated by the developer. This overall project for the vacation and the subdivision would result in reconfiguring the parking lot here for the community center. And so that's something that we would have the developer be responsible for, as would fixing any irrigation systems in the area that get affected by the change. There are also many large trees along these fence lines. And while the developer has proposed maintaining them, it's the staff's opinion at both Public Works and the planning side that many of those trees are probably not worth salvaging because of their age or their condition. And so while we applaud the efforts to save them, we also won't be sad if they end up needing to be removed. And we'll talk about some of the street tree requirements in the subdivision in a minute. Otherwise, we just need a recommendation from the Planning Commission to the council on this action. So we would recommend that the Planning Commission adopt a recommendation to approve the vacation with conditions to address those public utilities and assign responsibility for costs to the developer. Any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Just for sake of time, I'm going to go. Just if you guys have questions, just chime in and just make sure to state your name. I'm not going to go through everybody. Yeah, so what we'll do, if the applicant could speak to this item, is there anything else you'd like to add or contribute to the staff report or the presentation that Alex gave?
I think Alex did a great job. We've been working through this process for some time. Obviously, we'd be more than happy to have this public right-of-way become a public street, but that would have been more intrusive into the city park and the city resources and so forth. So this process allows Mr. LeBaron to develop his properties as he has a vested right to do, and allows the city to pass that property back to Mr. LeBaron, and so he can do all that without intruding further into that city area, into that city park.
Great. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. Then I'm just going to jump right into it and open up the public comment portion of this item. Again, if you have any questions or anything, please provide, send an email or comment on any of the relevant things.
Okay, Chair Smallwood, I'm starting a timer that I can't really show you, but I have counting down from 5 minutes so we can ensure to keep that opportunity open. I have received a couple comments to read in.
Okay.
So let me do that now. The first is a letter received from Brent Burgon, who says, "Dear Commission, my name is Brent Burgon. I am a Midvale resident living on Jefferson Street near the Park Street entrance of the Midvale City Park. I am concerned about the proposal to vacate portions of the Park Street and Jordan Avenue public rights-of-way located at approximately 320 West Park Street. My concern is that vacating the rights-of-way will create major parking problems on our street and impact optimum use of the Midvale City Park, the new Midvale Museum, and the new open-air pavilion. Adequate off-street parking has been a problem near the Park Street entrance to the park in the past, especially during the youth football season and also large gatherings at the park. There are many Saturdays during the summer when visitors are parked all along Jefferson Street and east on Park Street. That has been the history. Now Midvale City is increasing the need for parking by moving the Midvale Museum to the park and constructing a large pavilion near the museum. Because the address of the museum pavilion will be 350 West Park Street, visitors will be directed to that entrance. If the 54 parking stalls are full, they will park on neighboring streets. They will not look for parking lots entered from Chapel Street or 6th Avenue. It's not sensible to create new attractions while at the same time reducing public parking stalls. The citizens of Midvale should expect people to come and use the new facilities, and city officials have planned for a good visitor experience. The street vacation request will result in the loss of at least 4 or 5 parking stalls. A better use of the property would be to construct a cement pad on which to put the football storage containers, which now take up 6 parking stalls. The street vacation request and the football storage containers eliminate a total of at least 10 or 11 parking stalls, leaving 44 available for park, pavilion, and museum visitors. In your deliberation of the request, please be aware of the impact that less public parking will have on the visitors to the Midvale City Park and the homeowners in local neighborhoods. Thank you for your consideration, Brent Burgon." Second, Lorraine Butler's message, where she says, "Ladies and gentlemen, the citizens of the city have come before this body numerous times seeking a listening ear. They have been upfront and forthright in expressing their concerns, desires, and hopes for the future development of Midvale that would be functional, attractive, and continue to maintain a family small town feel, a community that will provide safe streets, neighborhoods, and business districts. They have been asked to participate in planning that growth with input to reflect this goal. They never planned for 10-story buildings to be built on State Street or the corner of Center Street. These plans were presented by the company hired to take the ideas of the community and meld them into a working plan for all, developers included. Development was encouraged on 7200 east of the I-15 freeway, where structures could be larger to accommodate hotels, small shops, dining, and aways to promote the accessibility of the ski resorts. It was hoped for both sides of 7200 South to be developed, leaving the existing neighborhoods intact. Today, where the agenda is full of rezoning projects to change the look of established neighborhoods and new neighborhoods, please consider those who have made Midvale a good place to live to the homeowners. Adding well-built, attractive places for families, single persons, and businesses is desired. Adding more units to little spaces leaves our city a place of instability, not long-term residency. Traffic surveys are skewed, never in favor of the community. Parking continues to be a problem on small roads so that garbage, emergency vehicles, and resident safety is endangered. This will be the situation with the proposed Midvale Mills development, Alabama Park Street / Jefferson Court, and 7100 South Platte. During virtual meetings, public input will most likely be minimal. It may also be that the voices of those in the city seem to be ignored. Many of you are new to this committee. Your desire to serve your neighbors and retain the feel of your city is noble and time-consuming. You being chosen to serve brings a burden and a responsibility to make the city of Midvale the best city of Midvale, the heart of the county with a small town feel, not a Daybreak, Saratoga Springs, or Lehigh, but a Murray, Mill Creek, or Holiday. Please consider reducing the height and density of the project on Alabama, place more small single-family dwellings on the Midvale Mills site, reduce the height and number of homes at Jefferson to blend in with existing residences, consider making the request more consistent with the neighborhood at 7100 South. Thank you for your time and consideration, Lorraine Butler. I have not received other comments. Oh, hold on. I got one more from Jeremy Hansen on YouTube, who says, "I would like to comment that I agree with the removal of the trees. They are overtaking the existing fence and are trash trees." Thank you, Jeremy. That will be a comment that will be good for the city council to hear as well, because that was a topic that they were concerned about in a prior meeting. Otherwise, I don't have any other comments. Jana, do you have anything?
I have no comments on this one.
Okay. Laura also tasked me with watching Facebook. So if you see me looking away totally, it's because I'm on a third screen checking out Facebook over here. So
Oh, come on, you can't handle like 30 screens at once. I mean, geez. Why would
I could try.
Yeah.
Our 5-minute timer has run out.
Okay.
So,
If I would be willing to entertain to close the public hearing portion of this item if anybody's willing to.
This is Candy. I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
Dustin, second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Nicole, will you roll call, please?
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
Great, perfect. So that the public comment portion for that item is now closed. I did just have one question for Alex regarding the museum. Are they adding any new parking or anything in that area?
right now, as far as I know, there is not a plan to do that. I have heard rumors that we're looking at adjusting the west parking lots, connecting them so that they're a little bit easier to use as part of the Bowery replacement, but that's a rumor and I am not totally up to speed on what the other plans for the park are. It's something that I probably should check out, honestly, before the council meeting.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful. I don't see any potential issues with this item anyway, but I just to help alleviate some of the concerns there. I wasn't sure if they were planning on doing anything there. Any other questions from the commission?
I don't have any.
This is Candy. My only comment is I know that there is that football storage. It's like a semi-trailer that's in that parking lot right now. I'm assuming that that's going to have to be moved when this right of way goes in. Is that correct?
It may. The discussion of the future of that structure is ongoing. We're in the middle of working with the football group to handle that. So it doesn't look like it would need to be moved to deal with this particular right of way because it is opposite the drive aisle from the entrance. We do have some concerns from the planning side about the appropriateness of having a storage container in the parking lot and also the applicability of building code requirements to that type of storage facility. So it's something that I and the legal staff are talking about. Legal and public works as we work with the football group.
Okay. Yeah, it just seems to me that the egress to the park with the right of way there, it would just be better if that storage facility wasn't there so that you'd have a little bit of wider space, but that's just my opinion. And I'm all for taking those trees out. They are garbage trees.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Okay, well, if nobody else has any other comments or questions, I can entertain a motion on this item.
This is Candy. I'll make a motion. I move that we forward a positive recommendation to the City Council for the vacation of the Jordan Avenue right-of-way as described on the Eastvale Addition subdivision plat located at approximately 320 West Park Street with the conditions listed in the staff report.
I second it. Colleen, I second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Nicole, will you take a vote, please?
Commissioner Tippett,
yes.
Costello,
yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Great. That has been forwarded. That will be forwarded on to the city council with a positive recommendation from the Planning Commission. So just continue to work with staff on getting that all prepped and ready for City Council. You'll have to stick around anyway, because we're going to move on to your next item, which is item number 4, which is again Frank LeBaron with NJLF Investments. This is a subdivision. Whoa, my computer just freaked out. So I can't read the packet right now. So it's a 4-lot subdivision, I believe, if I can remember it off the top of my head. Alex, go ahead and take it away while I try to fix this.
Okay, let me share this again. Again, you get the low-tech version of my presentations on this one, because this is also fairly straightforward as far as subdivisions goes. Okay, so this is a request for a 4-lot subdivision, which would, assuming the vacation of Park Street or not Park Street, Jordan Avenue that we just discussed is approved by the council, would incorporate that property and replat the boundaries of it plus the existing lots Mr. LeBaron owns into 4 developable parcels, one of which already has an existing home that would remain. The other 3 would provide for new development. These would be fronting right onto the park, as you can see. That would be 4 single-family houses serviced by a private street. This is a fairly straightforward subdivision after we make the assumption that the right-of-way is vacated. Because it has 4 lots, it does require a large subdivision process, which means the preliminary plat goes in front of both Planning Commission and Council, and then the final plat goes in front of Council again. As we've been working with the developer and his team on this project, we've talked a lot about what the requirements are, and we've gone back and forth about how we want to see this subdivision laid out. And we've come to this result, which, using a private road, generally conforms with the requirements of both the subdivision and the SF2 zone or ordinances. A couple items to call out. One, there is a proposal for a private maintenance agreement on this road, so it would not have an HOA or CC&Rs under that proposal. And we're working on what that agreement looks like still, but it would be recorded as part or with the plat when the lots were created, assuming it's approved. There is an existing garage and house on lot 101, like I mentioned. The garage currently would block the new road, so it would need to be modified in order for that new road to come through. And the developer is looking to just shave off the back portion of that garage to meet that need. That garage is pre-existing and it's non-conforming, so it's allowed to remain. We're basically just going to get as much taken off as we need to get the road through there. That process does require a demolition permit and a building permit, which can be done simultaneously, and it will need to be completed prior to the plat being recorded. Second, there is a requirement for street trees along both sides of the new private street at a rate of 1 per 30 feet of frontage. This results in a requirement of 8 trees along each side of the road. Any of those existing trees that are worth saving and can be saved can count towards that requirement if they meet the requirements that we have in place for street trees, which is generally, we have a list of species that are acceptable and we have a proximity requirement. So anything along the fence line would work if it's one of the trees on the list. We also recommend that if they are going to be saved and counted towards that requirement, we get a licensed arborist out there to take a look and make sure that they're actually worth saving. Otherwise, we could just operate under the assumption that they'll be removed and new trees will be planted in their stead. I imagine as part of the mitigation discussion, the council will have some concerns about street trees. So we've tried to leave it open and flexible so that either we can use the existing ones that work, or we can put new ones in without, at this point, demanding one approach or the other. There are streetlight requirements for private streets, and we don't have any lighting information as part of this submittal, so we will need to get that taken care of, but it can be handled as part of the final plat. Essentially, it means we'll need to get a new street light up at the intersection, and then at least 1 for every 150 feet of road, so probably 2 more over the length of this street to kind of cover the whole thing. Could be 1, depending on how that calculation works out. We also need duty to serve letters for water and sewer service and courtesy notices to the local utility providers, which we typically handle as part of the final plat, and that's the recommendation here. both the city engineer and fire marshal have reviewed this proposal. I mentioned in the report that the city engineer hadn't provided his comments yet. He issued those yesterday, and he basically recommends approval with some tweaks to address some technical issues as part of the final submittal. Fire marshal did review and approve the preliminary plat with the condition that a new fire hydrant be installed somewhere in this area between 102 and 103. So we recommend approval with some conditions to pass along, or we recommend a recommendation of approval to the city council, because this is a plat approved by the council ultimately to address those requirements. And I've listed those out in the staff report. Any questions?
Great. Any questions for Alex?
No, I don't have any.
All right. Is the applicant on? Duh, I know the applicant's on. We just talked. Geez, it's getting late. So if I could just, have you had an opportunity to review those conditions for the subdivision?
And in fact, we've been really flexible going back and forth. Yeah, is it coming through clearly?
I'm sorry, you're kind of muffled there. I can't hear you very well.
We've had the opportunity to go back and forth with the city for some time and have been flexible with whatever the city needs. And we understand that we've reconfigured this a number of times to try to make this the least impactful to the community and the most beneficial to get this through approval with the city and be able to bring these new homes along here while maintaining that room on the corner and rehabilitating that home, making it a nice renovated home as well. Saving that garage, but taking enough off to allow us to get that private street through. Frankly, the city's been great to work with, and we've been able to remain flexible as thoughts on, for example, the trees have fluctuated backwards and forth and so forth. So the developer is a long-time Midvale business owner and property owner, and appreciates and is committed to Midvale. And so the whole process has been very cooperative with the city to try to get something appropriate through here that's in everyone's best interest.
Zach, you're muted.
Ha, I fell for it. Dang it, it's doing so good. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. So are there any questions for the applicant at this point?
No.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to open up the public comment portion of this item. Alex, I think we have a couple that we've received, so
yes,
read away.
Okay.
Start your timer.
I did. I started the timer. Okay, the first, again, these are going, I should have made this clear at the very beginning, but all of my comments are in reverse order, so newest first. The first is from Cassidy Huntsman, who says, Dear Midvale City Planning Commission, I have some questions regarding a proposal for the single-family 4-lot subdivision on Park Street. Number 1, how many houses will be built? Number 2, will there be height restrictions? Number 3, how long will construction take? Number 4, what will this do to the surrounding houses' value? Number 5, will this be the only new housing development in the neighborhood? Is this the first phase of future developments in the neighborhood? Number 6, why does housing have to be built on every open plot of land? Thank you for being open with the community and allowing us to submit our questions and concerns to the commission. I know there are many people in the Midvale community who are passionate and concerned about new housing developments. Midvale City is a charming town with great character. I'm worried this will be diminished with the new housing developments. Thank you for taking the time for me to have a voice. Dedicated citizen, Cassidy Huntsman. And if I could, I'll respond really quick to some of those. Future development on this subdivision would be required to comply with the single family 2 zone, which does impose setbacks and height restrictions, and those can be met on this project. So that covers height restrictions and development. I mentioned earlier, there's no plans for future development off of this road. This would be a private road servicing the 3 lots. There also would only be 3 additional houses built there. Each lot could only contain 1 house. There's no duplexes or anything allowed here. Perhaps the developer can respond to height restrictions and construction timeline. And as to value and houses on every open plot of land, those are hard questions to answer, but typically additional new construction means that there's a desirability of a neighborhood, and desirability in neighborhoods means house prices go up or stay the same. So I wouldn't expect negative impacts on the houses. And as for housing on every open plot of land, in this case, the zone allows for housing to be developed here. So really what we're looking at is filling in what was previously dedicated to housing when the plat was created approximately 100 years ago. Second, Ms. Lorraine Butler's message again. She says, ladies and gentlemen, the citizens of this city have come before this body numerous times seeking a listening ear. They have been upfront and forthright in expressing their concerns, desires, and hopes for the future development of Midvale that would be functional, attractive, and continue to maintain a family small town feel, a community that will provide safe streets, neighborhoods, and business districts. They have been asked to participate in planning that growth with input to reflect this goal. They never planned for 10-story buildings to be built on State Street or the corner of Center Street. These plans were presented by the company hired to take the ideas of the community and meld them into a working plan for all, developers included. Development was encouraged on 7200 east of the I-15 freeway, where structures could be larger to accommodate hotels, small shops, dining, and ways to promote the accessibility of the ski resorts. It was hoped for both sides of 7200 South to be developed, leaving the existing neighborhoods intact. Today, where the agenda is full of rezoning projects to change the look of established neighborhoods and new neighborhoods, please consider those who have made Midvale a good place to live, the homeowners. Adding well-built, attractive places for families, single persons, and businesses is desired. Adding more units to little spaces leaves our city a place of instability, not long-term residency. Traffic surveys are skewed, never in favor of the community. Parking continues to be a problem on small roads so that garbage, emergency vehicles, and residents' safety is endangered. This will be the situation with the proposed Midvale Mills development, Alabama, Park Street, Jefferson Court, and 7100 South Platte. During virtual meetings, public input will most likely be minimal. It may also be that the voices of those in the city seem to be ignored. Many of you are new to this committee. Your desire to serve your neighbors and retain the feel of your city is noble and time-consuming. You being chosen to serve brings a burden and a responsibility to make the city of Midvale the best city of Midvale, the heart of the county with a small town feel, not a Daybreak, Saratoga Springs, or Lehigh, but a Murray, Mill Creek, or Holiday. Please consider reducing the height and density of the project on Alabama. Place more small single-family dwellings on the Midvale Mills site. Reduce the height and number of homes at Jefferson to blend in with existing residences. Consider making the request more consistent with the neighborhood at 7100 South. Thank you for your time and consideration, Lorraine Butler. All right, other comments? We have no other comments unless Jana has one.
I have no comment.
Excellent.
All right.
And
how are we on time?
5 seconds.
Okay, 5 seconds. All right,
0
well,
seconds.
I think it's been long enough. I
maybe
think that's
for
5
now.
seconds. So I would entertain a motion to close the public.
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second that motion. This is Candy.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Sorry, I'm just sitting there waiting for nothing.
Oh.
Nicole, if you'll take a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
no.
Yep.
All right, so that has been closed. I will, it looks like, I mean, everything was kind of addressed. Alex addressed everything in the comments, the 2 comments we did receive. Are there any questions for the applicant at all?
I think, go ahead, Colleen.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say, I don't have any.
My only question was, I think in one of the comments, they wanted to know about how long building was going to take once approved. Do we have an idea on that?
Obviously, the process to continue to work this all the way through getting a building permit for one of these homes is still uncertain. However, from once that first building permit is issued, it shouldn't take longer than 1 year to build out these 3 homes. It'll take 3 to 6 months per home to get these homes constructed. And we anticipate that these homes will be for sale in 2021, next year.
Okay, thank you.
Great. I don't really have any other questions, but we kind of got a rundown on this a little bit before as a discussion. If there's not any other questions or anything, I'd be willing to entertain a motion for this item.
I will make a motion. This is Candy. Regarding the application for a preliminary subdivision plat for the 4-lot Jefferson Court subdivision at approximately 320 West Park Street, I move that we adopt the findings and conditions of approval presented in the staff report, recommending the city council approve the preliminary plat.
Okay.
I
It's been
second
moved, been moved and seconded. Nicole, if you'll take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Snow.
Yep.
Okay, that has, that motion passes. So that will, it was a recommendation to the city council. So continue working with staff, getting prepared for the city council review on those items. And we look forward to seeing you come back with it. Actually, we won't see it come back. Just kidding. So good luck.
Welcome to Midvale.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome to Midvale. Thank you, Robin. I'm telling you, this thing throws me off, and I'm just not. Yeah. Anyway,
And you had popcorn. You should be fine.
I know I did have. I'm not tired. I'm just losing it. So, okay, so we'll move on to agenda item number 5, which is a large-scale master plan for Jordan Bluffs Pod C. The applicant is Mark Garza with Holmes Homes. And this is at the property located at 752 West Bingham Junction Boulevard. Looking for approval for 360 condominium units in multiple building types. So Alex, feel free to take it away.
Cool, thanks. Let's get over to sharing my screen. All right. So as Chair Smallwood mentioned, this is an application from Mark Garza with Holmes Homes for approval of a large-scale master plan. This is something, those of you that have been around for a bit, oh, I'm on the wrong side, or the wrong presentation. Hold on. I screwed up there. Oh, give me a sec.
Zach?
Yeah. What?
Well, this is embarrassing. Don't know where my presentation went. So we're doing it live. Okay, I'm ready. All right, so you might remember this project from a while back. Mark Garza and Holmes Homes brought a large-scale master plan for this site in front of the Planning Commission last year, originally for about 170 townhomes on the same property. And after we went through the Planning Commission's process and got that large-scale master plan approval, Holmes Homes elected to make the switch to condo units. And as a result, we came back. We did bring this in front of the Planning Commission for a discussion a little while ago, and then had a couple scheduling hiccups when it came to getting it back in front of the Planning Commission for a formal review. But here we are, ready for your input. So this request is an administrative decision under the Jordan Bluff sub areas 1 through 3 zone for a large scale master plan. The process, the development review process in this zone is slightly different than what we do in other zones, where we have the Planning Commission review the large scale master plan and also have a discussion in advance, kind of like we did earlier tonight with Zions. And then once the large scale master plan is approved, staff does the site plan reviews, and then any subdivisions would follow the typical process of Planning Commission and City Council. This large scale master plan process is intended to provide an overview of the project that would then translate into specific details that are addressed during the staff and site plan reviews later on. So don't be surprised that there's not going to be all of the detail that you would normally see for kind of a preliminary site plan kind of review. We'll deal with that at the staff level later on. The update that we have here did result in some changes to the parking, the building layout and types, some of the landscaping and amenities. But the developer responded to the Planning Commission's feedback and comments from the first round. We did, as I mentioned, that first set was approved. So those comments were incorporated into this revised set. And then we've also got some cool additions. My favorite being the addition of a trailhead up at the Jordan River Parkway Trail intersection with 700 West, which was something that we had talked about really briefly on the old project, but couldn't really get to work. This shift in direction gave us a little bit of flexibility so that now we can get something up there that's intended to be used by the public. So in the interest of time again, I'm just going to kind of skip to the end. This kind of process does require a development agreement like the one we discussed earlier. And if the Planning Commission is willing to approve it, we've put together a list of topics and conditions to be addressed in the development agreement, which you can see here. One of those is timing and design expectations for the wetland area at the south end of the project. Since we did the first large-scale master plan, we've taken a slightly different approach to how we're going to treat this area as a city. And instead of trying to tie it to homes, what we're going to do is tie it to the master gardener or master developer, Gardner, and push homes and the city to cooperate with Gardner and seeing that it gets taken care of. Ultimately, that responsibility was placed on the master developer in the zone and master development agreement, so we didn't feel it appropriate to attach that to homes as much as we had discussed previously. The development agreement also needs to include some language about floodplains because there is an existing floodplain over phase 3 of this project. And while the developer is looking at seeing that modified, it's in effect now, so we want to make sure that we cover those requirements until it changes. Finally, there are some improvements necessary for 700 West. That road is largely controlled by Sandy, and so we want to make sure that we get the necessary approvals from Sandy during the process and bake those timelines into the development agreement. During the site plan review, we have a couple more things to deal with. The first being the design of the pedestrian crossing. Second being an update to the building elevations so that we can make sure that opening and material requirements are satisfied. It looks like we're approaching or have satisfied them, but we don't have calculations to show it yet. And then as we move forward with those reviews, there will probably be other items that we at the staff level need to see to make sure that we can approve that. So these things are all pretty minor as far as we're concerned. The Planning Commission approved the project once before. We've accounted for those recommendations and feedbacks in this design and would recommend that this get approved so that we can move on to that development agreement. We do have a draft development agreement in the works, and the idea is that we'll take it to the council as soon as possible after the Planning Commission makes their decision. Ideally, that would be next week. And that's something that Mr. Garza and I have been going back on for the last few weeks. So any questions for me on this one?
No.
Any questions for Alex?
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it hasn't changed much, except for, I mean, just good things that that Mark has implemented. So makes pretty much sense. But I will give Mark, I do see you on. Welcome. So just wanted to take a second. Have you had a chance to look over the staff report and the conditions of approval and everything?
We have, thank you, Chairman Goodwin.
Perfect. And then and did you want to add anything to the staff report, or you've been really patient. You've been on since the beginning, so awesome.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you. We have been patient, but I think the time has actually worked to everybody's advantage. Like you mentioned, I think the plan has come a long way, and for the better. I did ask Mark Murdoch to join this call for this item as well, just in case, because I remember in the concept portion of the we were asked about the density and whether or not this was the appropriate place to put some extra density going from towns to condos, as well as, again, as Alex mentioned, the wetlands, the cooperation between all parties. And so I think Murdoch is on, and he could, if so, you guys choose to have some backup that we're not just speaking for him, I think he would be happy to talk as well.
Great. I don't really have any concerns. Does any of the commissioners have any concerns with anything there?
This is Colleen, I don't.
Well,
Awesome.
then maybe I owe Mark a soda or something for staying up late.
Okay. Yeah, then, yeah. So what I'll do, I'll just go ahead and open up the public comment portion of this item. I didn't see anything come through on the email. Have we just not gotten anything so far on this one, Alex?
We have not received any comments on this one yet. I got a call from a neighbor this evening at about 5:45 who said he was kind of curious what was happening. He owned the property that's directly north of this one, sandwiched between this project and the city's public works building. But he didn't have anything that he wanted me to convey to the planning commission. And so he was mostly just curious what was happening. So I've started the timer. We've got 4.5 minutes to kind of wait and see if anybody would like to comment. If you would, I would remind anybody watching that we're taking comments by email. So feel free to send a message to me, Alex Murphy, at amurphy, AMURPHY, @midvale.com. If you have a long message you'd like to leave me, that you'd like me to read off, please send me a quick message so that we don't accidentally close the public hearing portion before it gets in. I might just be talking to myself at this point, so who knows?
I don't think so. Last I checked, there were still like 13 people.
Nice.
It might all be city staff, but
I like it when people participate in the process. I really appreciate the volume and sincerity of the comments that we've received as we've gone through this whole meeting. I sincerely hope that the Planning Commission will consider finishing off the agenda, because I feel real bad if that last guy had to get tabled for 2 to 4 weeks, because we're getting there.
Well, if you didn't put down 5 minutes, I wouldn't have to wait another 3.5 and could move this right along. Jeez.
Well, we wanted to make sure that the public had an opportunity to comment. So.
I agree. It is good to make sure that they do. And I am very thankful. I'm surprised at how many people did comment. It's kind of nice. It's been really good. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. All right, I do have a confession to make as we wait another 2 minutes and 45 seconds. I failed to mention one of the comments during the public hearing item for number 4. I got an email during the time and I should have mentioned it and I didn't. So we can maybe come back and address that one in a second after we're done with this item.
I'm thinking of Zach's popcorn.
I think my wife might have made some because I feel like I was smelling it after he started talking.
I know.
Sorry. It was just such an entertaining. I was just having
power of suggestion.
Yeah.
You know, Somebody mentions popcorn and all of a sudden you can smell it.
Yep. I can smell it.
I bet.
Yeah, whatever.
Cool.
We'll just follow the smell and know where the party's at.
Pretty much.
We'll just have to
Very much.
social distance in your backyard.
I don't really have a backyard.
I know.
You can hang out in the rock yard behind my house. Plenty of room back there. Meet some feral cats.
I have feral cats at my house too.
Just so they don't want your popcorn.
Yeah.
There are a lot of feral cats on this property, by the way.
I'll bet.
Which is a comment that I think we might have gotten last time around. Because there is one of those, I forget what it's called. There's like somebody goes out and feeds the cat colonies along the trail.
Oh, yeah.
And in fact, I went out one time for a different reason and saw a skunk being fed with all the cats. In case you were interested in personal stories.
Sweet. I'll feel bad. I like cats, so I don't want them to go away, but whatevs. They'll find new homes, I guess. It's my optimistic view.
They'll live in Mark Murdoch's wetland is where they'll
Yeah. There we go.
Let's take it easy on the wetlands.
Yeah. He's the one feeding them, I'm sure. That's what it really is.
Actually saw the car. I saw the lady out doing it one time, and it was like an organization that was handling it. I don't think it was the Humane Society, but it might have been a partner.
Yeah.
All right, our 5-minute timer is up.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to close this.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. This is Candy.
This is Robin. I second.
Perfect. So it's been moved and seconded. Nicole, if you'll take a roll call vote real quick.
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
Perfect. That item, the public comment portion of that item is now closed. Are there any other questions or comments for anyone, for Mark, Alex, the other Mark, all Marks? Okay. Then I don't really have anything. I really like where it's gone. So yeah, I would just entertain a motion. Yeah.
I'll make a motion. I move that we approve the application for a large-scale master plan for Pod C of the Jordan Bluffs area at approximately 750 West Bingham Junction Boulevard and adopt the findings and conditions of approval presented in the staff report.
Dustin, second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Nicole, if you'll take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
Awesome. So that is, that motion passes. So yeah, congrats and welcome to Midvale. And we'll continue looking forward to seeing that develop. I drive Bingham Junction all the time now down there and waiting for those to pop up. So yeah, welcome.
Thank you very much,
Again.
everyone.
Okay.
Thank you.
thanks. All right. So we will move right along.
Chair
to-
Smallwood, before we move along,
Oh, yes, you would like to address that
Yes.
public comment in item number 4.
in order to do it properly
Mm.
and make sure we can track it accordingly or appropriately on the minutes, we do need somebody that voted to close the public hearing to move to reopen it again for that item. That was on the subdivision plat.
This is Candy. I will move that we reopen the sub 2125 451 1 Jefferson Court subdivision matter,
Public hearing?
public hearing.
This is Robin. I second it.
Okay, and quick roll call, please, Nicole.
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
No.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I had one additional comment that came in through Facebook and was emailed to me that I should have read during that public hearing portion. The applicant for that item's gone, so he's not going to hear it, but I'll pass it along to him in an email so he can get the same message. Anyway, I'll read it. It'll make sense. So this is from Brenda Powell, who says, I live in the house on the backside of the project number 104. I know I cannot stop this, but I'm hoping you take my living situation into consideration. I work full time and I'm not home during the day. I have 2 dogs that will be going crazy with the close construction. Please fence in your project. My 4-foot fence will not be sufficient. This will make your job easier. Feedback, so I know you have heard me, will be appreciated. So I will, Laura Magnus mentioned that we would read it out into the meeting. So I apologize for having missed that earlier. I will also pass that message along to the developer so that they can hopefully react accordingly. And I believe I have Ms. Powell's number, so I can also pass that along to them as well.
Yeah, and maybe just provide the time, kind of the timestamp on the video, so she can come back and rewatch it on YouTube if she wants.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would be really good.
Okay, that is all. No more comments.
So I
right.
will move that the public hearing on that matter be closed.
I second it.
All right, go ahead. It's been moved and seconded. If we could take a roll call, Nicole.
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
Perfect. So with that now resolved, we will go ahead and move on to public hearing item number 6, which is the 7100 South Townhomes. It's a master plan development. The applicant is, Chris Knapp with Ridgeway Construction. And I believe Jan is on this one. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You're still in the office. Oh my gosh.
I thought I'd give my family a break from people working at home all the time.
Wow. That's brave.
I wish I was there.
It's like,
Right, me
wow.
too.
Well, okay, so I wanted to also just give my own comments about public comment. I have a lot on this project, and I think it's good to hear from everybody and that people get involved, and even in this circumstance, which can be really frustrating for the residents, to not be able to come to a public hearing. So I appreciate everybody's comment on this project specifically. That I'm going to present a 16-unit residential development on 7100 South. This property is approximately 1.2 acres, and it's currently 4 separate parcels, with each with an existing. Oh, sorry. I thought I had my going. I'm not sharing my screen even, right? Hold on.
Yeah, it's all right.
Okay. I think you should see my screen now.
Yes.
So there's existing 4 parcels with 4 homes. It's the intent to demolish all 4 homes. And this proposal has 4 building structures, so 4 fourplexes, so to speak, along 7100 South. And these will be rear loaded garages here with the 6 guest parking stalls. This is going to be a private road, but this is considered more of like a drive. And then all the public open spaces in the back, which will also double as that water retention areas. And again, like how we have been doing with Alex, I'm going to kind of move through and just address the main public comments to start with this project. Of course, density and compatibility with the neighborhood is brought up. These are 2 stories, basement, then 2 stories above ground. And density, this is a single family 1 duplex overlay zone. So the density in a single family zone is 1 home per 7,000 square foot lot. With a duplex overlay, that's 2 units per 7,000 square foot lot. And with 1.2 acres, they're meeting the standard. And what we require is this master plan development in order, and that gives us a chance to require those amenities of open space and paths and everything. So it is meeting the requirements of the zone, even though it is intimidating for residents to have what is a multifamily project in their neighborhood. Let's see. Public comment, of course, talks about traffic and parking. The city engineer and planning department work together on those types of things. It's usually for 50 units or more that would warrant a traffic study. This also, don't have that on here, but it goes straight out to 200 South and straight up to State Street. So they're both heading straight to arterial streets. So we don't see the traffic as a problem. Let's see. And the parking is actually decided on by the Planning Commission in a master plan development like this. So they proposed the plan shows 38 stalls. That's 2 stalls per garage, for parking garage, and then those 6 guest parking stalls. So this, based on typical residential standards, that's 2 spaces per unit and 1 space for 4 units for guest parking, which would be 36 stalls. So that's something you'll need to consider, is if you think this parking is adequate here. Another concern is that these are rentals and that they will, bring down property values. And I just think it was not clear in notices, of course, that these are for sale. This is subdivision and all units will be for sale. And again, the small scale master plan gives us that guarantee to create these amenities. And it also is a specific standard to adopt articles of associations and bylaws of such association that are satisfactory to the city. So this will be required to have an HOA, and that will be part of the subdivision plat, the final. And that is actually missing from the motion. So all the standards have been met besides minor adjustments to the proposal, just the basic, we've got to have a lighting plan, a landscape plan, irrigation plan. The landscape will need to show the subdivision requirement of 1 street tree per 30 linear feet of street frontage. And we're going to include this, it will include this street. So there'll be 9 street trees required on 7100 South and 2 street trees on each of these sides. There is a right-of-way requirement here that requires 5 feet of landscape, and they're at 3.5 feet. So that's a recommendation of approval, is to comply with that standard there. Let me see. A fencing plan would need to be submitted as part of the final site plan. And I think I covered the rest of those. And then as part of the final subdivision plat, that plat will need to show will guarantee those street trees and the courtesy notices for utilities. And then prior to recording the final subdivision plat, the applicant shall obtain duty to serve letters for water and sewer service. They need to remove all existing structures before the plat's recorded and record those homeowners association bylaws as part of that. So I'm not sure how we're doing this. So do you have any questions for me? Sure.
Any questions for Jana at this point?
I don't have any.
No, this is Colleen, I don't have any either.
All right. So yeah, then what we'll do, if you want to just go ahead and start reading the comments you've received. And well, actually, I guess I'll open up the public comment portion of this item. So you're more than welcome, Jana, to start reading the comments you've received. And also anyone that's watching on online, you're more than welcome to send an email or comment on any of the videos as well. So with that, Jana, go ahead and take it away.
Okay, so I will just read. I did send these over. I don't think I sent a couple new ones since the meeting had started. But. So this is from Nathan and Veronica Combs, homeowners of 142 East, 7060 South. We are opposed to the proposed development, small scale master plan at 127 through 149 East, 7100 South in its current form. We believe trying to cram in 16 units into the current 4 house lots would ruin the current residential neighborhood. Going from 16 to 20 residents to a possible 64 to 80 plus residents would be a huge burden on existing infrastructure and increase traffic and noise exponentially. Has a traffic impact study been done for this development to account for higher density and traffic that would result in if it is approved? The subdivision on Owl Lane to the east of this proposal looms over the nearby houses and ruins the views of the surrounding neighbors. In addition, we have solar panels in our backyard on poles at the property line, not on the roof. It is a significant investment and we do not want that to be blocked or shaded. Is there a plan or provision for owner occupying the properties? Large transitional type rental properties would lower the property value of all nearby properties, according to my real estate agent. We hope some favorable compromise will be reached, allowing some development to occur without harming the current property values and aesthetic of the current neighborhood. This is from Kate Still and Tori Sedgley at 150 East, 7060 South. I am a homeowner that is directly behind the proposed 16-unit apartment complex on 7100 South. I'm very upset I did not receive a letter concerning this rezoning meeting despite the fact I am directly north of the proposed construction. I had to hear about this from my next door neighbor. Some general concerns. The high-density housing does not belong in a quiet residential neighborhood. People have bought homes in this area because it is a nice, quiet neighborhood in a busy part of town and has a friendly community with single-family homes. The proposed high-density complex will change the atmosphere in the neighborhoods surrounding it with increased traffic and increased noise. We bought this house 9 years ago because of the neighborhood, and we have spent a considerable amount of time and money on making our backyard our oasis. Having 4-story apartments looking down into our backyard is not the oasis we worked so hard to create. We've been watching as many areas in Midvale are being built up, and apartment complexes are going into places they don't belong. There are also new and old commercial buildings that sit vacant. One example, the blocks from the Savers down to the Sportsman Warehouse on 7200 South. There is some concern about how the growth is being managed in our city. Adding another high-density complex in a single home neighborhood is just one more concern about this management. We also have a huge concern about how the value of our property will be affected by these apartment complexes. Some of the other homeowners in the area have voiced the same concerns. Some questions and points to consider. First, once we were notified, no letter was received, just neighbors spoke to us. There was insufficient time to gather enough information from the surrounding community affected by this proposal to put together sound and solid arguments for there's just a typo, for or against this. We propose a 30-day postponement and reschedule of this meeting after such time. We would like a copy of the project application. We would like to speak with the developer. Number 4, since this is this SF1DO zone, is this really a rezoning application rather than a development application? I'm not sure how the scope and size of this proposal falls within the criteria of the single-family resident parameters or the duplex 2-family dwellings. It would appear this is a multifamily proposal being crammed into the wrong zone. The homes most affected by this proposal are all single-family homes with lots conducive to family gatherings, landscaping, and yards big enough to provide trees and shade or gardening for self-reliability, privacy, and a sense of retreat. and an overall sense of the stereotypical neighborhood with the front lawn, a porch with a white picket fence. That's why our neighbors moved here, to start a family, to move away from apartment living, to have a home. The addition of this development would detract from the sense of community we have and love in this neighborhood. For those of us immediately north of the proposal, the development would ruin the separation of space between backyard and neighbors that the neighborhood lot sizes have provided for all these years. We each have enjoyed views of mostly natural settings, being trees, bushes, wildlife, and open skies, all the while still being able to enjoy the backyards for our own reasons, whether it's a quiet retreat or sometimes large family gatherings without really affecting one another. The proposed two-story buildings would eliminate all that. The privacy would be gone as the new residents would have a straight view down into everyone's backyard. Would 8-foot walls now have to be erected? Who would be responsible for that? And who wants to look at the wall that makes our yard look like a prison? Who wants to look at the backside of an apartment building for a view? Then there's the math, or number 6. Then there's the math. 1, the noise created naturally by new residents that close together versus the noise created now would be 4 to 1 or more if the south building residents come back to the common pool area to commingle, bringing family members and friends. Right now, the present homes on the proposed development are over 100 feet from back patio to back patio. After the new construction is complete, that number would drop to 50 feet. Not to mention the traffic increase, the pollution increase, the energy increase, the temperature increase. There goes all the vegetation replaced by buildings. Sure, revenues for city tax coffer and the profit for the developers would increase, but what about the people who live here? The people who love this neighborhood in the great city of Midvale? What benefit do we get out of this deal? I can't think of one, not one. Number 7, going back to my earlier statements, still on the math though, who wants to look at the backside of an apartment building? That being said, for any of us wanting later to sell our homes or whatever reason, the addition of these apartments would drop the value of the homes considerably. I cannot exactly put a number on it, but think about it. Would you rather live in a nice house with a nice lot looking out at open space with trees and open sky, or a building structure, a wall? Nobody wants that. In summary, changing the zoning to allow for high-density apartment complex does not serve anyone living in this neighborhood. Not one person I spoke with has said they want it or thought it was a good idea. In fact, it might just break up a community of people who love living in Midvale in this particular neighborhood because they will choose to find a new home elsewhere. This is a quick email from Lauren Graves, who does end up sending another letter. So I want to read this also. Things I'm most concerned about: 1, noise; 2, traffic; 3, my property values decreasing; 4, transient neighborhood, lost community; 5, new alleyway; 6, fencing around new development; 7, landscaping around new development. Marcy and Mike Jenks, 115 East, 7100 South. Hello, we are Mike and Marcy Jenks, 13-year residents of Midvale, Utah. Our home is 115 East, 7100 South, is directly west of the property, which is being proposed for a 16-unit townhome development on a 1-acre plot of land. This development, as proposed, will double the number of homes on this quiet street from 17 to 33 in a single project. We have many concerns with this development as currently proposed, which we have outlined below. What is the proposed waste disposal plan? We do not want 32 trash and recycling bins lining the length of the curb on 7100 South. What is the plan for all the additional overhead power lines for the units? Has Rocky Mountain Power done a study to ensure adequate power for the neighborhood? Number 3, has Mid-Valley Water District done a study to ensure that the new 8-inch water main can adequately accommodate 16 more families? Number 4, what is the proposal to minimize loss of existing mature trees on 7100 South as it pertains to this development? Many of the large trees on this street are on this 1 acre of land. What are the estimated unit values? This is number 5. We want to ensure that whatever is built adds to property values for all residents of 7100 South rather than decrease it. Requests: 1, we request the units be owner occupied. 2, we request a parking study be done. The total of 4 proposed overflow parking stalls is severely inadequate to accommodate 16 families and their visitors. Number 3, we request a traffic study be done with new businesses on both ends of our street, Ganesh Indian Retail Market and office space on 150 East, and the multiple retail business on the west end of 7100 South, as well as the LDS Church building. We are already seeing large increases in traffic. Our street also experiences high volume cut through traffic to avoid the intersection at State and 7200 South during morning and evening rush hour. Number 4, we request a noise study be done. We are concerned about the noise pollution of 16 more families and their guests. Number 5, we request the developer keep all existing mature trees currently on the property and replace any removed with in-kind landscaping to maintain the natural integrity of the neighborhood. Number 6, we request the developer install a 7-foot privacy fence along the east border of our property. Number 7, we request the mayor, the city planner, and the developer to strongly consider a maximum of 8 units, 4 duplexes, to match conformity of existing duplexes on the street. Number 8, we request the mayor, city planner, and developer to reconsider height of the units to conform with the existing homes in the neighborhood by adding basements instead of a 2-story above ground level. Number 9, we request Midvale City arrange with Utopia to have fiber installed in the neighborhood at the time of this project. We would like to add that we have chosen to make Midvale our home for all these years because of the sense of community and the peaceful and quiet environment of the street we chose to invest in with the purchase of our home in 2007. We had intended this to be our forever home where we would retire and live out our golden years, our children and grandchildren getting to experience the Midvale we have grown to love. The 2-story townhome structures, beginning 8 feet from our property line, will block the entire mountain view we invested in, and the proposed garage access street for the 16 units will have all vehicle headlights pointing directly into our backyard. We strongly oppose the development as proposed. We realize that there will be development. However, we ask Midvale City and the developer of this project to reconsider the number of units, the arrangement of the site plan, and review the height of the structures. Thank you for your consideration, Mike and Marcy James. And now this is my more official letter from Lauren Graves. It says, Dear Mayor Hill, a contractor is planning to build a 2-story quadplex community of 16 dwellings behind our home. Not only does it steal the view, but also robs the neighborhood of families that will stay in Midvale and make a life. We have lived in these types of dwellings and they are not good for neighborhoods. People are always moving in and out and often don't have a sense of community. The dense populated housing will also decrease the property values in our neighborhood. I've lived in Midvale for over 7 years and currently serve as the PTA president of East Midvale Elementary. Our family collectively serves at homeless shelters, youth groups, and neighborhood service projects. We choose our current home because we want to live in a neighborhood of single-family homes to raise our children. If this quadplex goes in, we are moving, along with other good families. We are not just leaving the neighborhood, but we are giving up on Midvale if this is how they treat families. Please help us stop this plan from advancing. Here's the site location and information. Sincerely, Lauren Graves. And then I just have one phone conversation with Jim Crossman at 111 East 7100 South. We had a long conversation. His main concerns are compatibility with the existing neighborhood, traffic and parking, and these electronic meetings being difficult for the public to engage in. And those are all the comments. I will need to check my email.
Awesome. And Alex, did you have comments that you needed to read too, or were those just additional things that were already included?
I do. First, Sean Kerr, again, I apologize. Please don't hate me for mispronouncing names. He posted on YouTube saying, I live on 7100 South and I feel that this is too many units in our small neighborhood. This will more than double the cars driving on our street. I wouldn't be opposed to a smaller development. He corrected a typo in there also, but that doesn't matter. We also have the comment from Ms. Butler to read. Let me pull that up here just a second. Where she says, ladies and gentlemen, the citizens of the city have come before this body numerous times seeking a listening ear. They have been upfront and forthright in expressing their concerns, desires, and hopes for the future development of Midvale that would be functional, attractive, and continue to maintain a family small town feel, a community that will provide safe streets, neighborhoods, and business districts. They have been asked to participate in that growth with input to reflect this goal. They never planned for 10-story buildings to be built on State Street or the corner of Center Street. These plans were presented by the company hired to take the ideas of the community and meld them into a working plan for all, developers included. Development was encouraged on 7200 east of the I-15 freeway, where structures could be larger to accommodate hotels, small shops, dining, and ways to promote the accessibility of the ski resorts. It was hoped for both sides of 7200 South to be developed, leaving the existing neighborhoods intact. Today, where the agenda is full of rezoning projects to change the look of established neighborhoods and new neighborhoods, please consider those who have made Midvale a good place to live for the homeowners. Adding well-built, attractive places for families, single persons, and businesses is desired. Adding more units to little spaces leaves our city a place of instability, not long-term residency. Traffic surveys are skewed, never in the favor of the community. Parking continues to be a problem on small roads so that garbage, emergency vehicles, and residents' safety is endangered. This will be the situation with the proposed Midvale Mills development, Alabama, Park Street, Jefferson Court, and 7100 South Platte. During virtual meetings, public input will most likely be minimal. It may also be that the voices of those in the city seem to be ignored. Many of you are new to this committee. Your desire to serve your neighbors and retain the feel of your city is noble and time-consuming. You being chosen to serve brings a burden and a responsibility to make the city of Midvale the best city of Midvale, the heart of the county with a small town feel, not a Daybreak, Saratoga Springs, or Lehigh, but a Murray, Mill Creek, or Holiday. Please consider reducing the height and density of the project on Alabama, place more small single-family dwellings on the Midvale Mills site, reduce the height and number of homes at Jefferson to blend in with existing residences. Consider making the request more consistent with the neighborhood at 7100 South. Thank you for your time and consideration, Lorraine Butler. And I don't believe I have any other comments. So unless Jana has additional ones, our 5 minutes has passed.
Did you say you did not,
I
Jana?
have no new comments. No.
Okay, perfect. If you would do me one quick solid, Jana, and unshare your screen so I can see everybody else.
I would point out, Chair Smallwood, that we didn't give the applicant a chance to respond after Jana's comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna get to that in just a second.
I don't know. Oh, there we go.
Perfect. There we go. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I apologize. Mr. Knapp, would you like to comment on any of those or provide any more background information that might be relevant to the commission?
I will do my best, I suppose. I think a question, I mean, I definitely would prefer a live setting where we could actually have a discussion and talk, but in all honesty, I'm kind of new to this. I've only been involved in the project for a matter of a few weeks. And in the research that I've done, you know, I know that we have, again, as Jana explained, that we've come up and proposed a project that actually meets Midvale City's requirements for the area. And we've tried to include as many upgrades as we could to make the project more appealing. And I definitely understand concerns people have of increasing the density in their areas and change and new development. I've been in the business for quite a while now, and I actually live in an area that has been developed. You know, when I first moved here, it was a nice, quiet neighborhood, and you know, the entire Wasatch Front has grown tremendously over, you know, the last 30 years. But again, we've tried to propose a product that is aesthetically pleasing and has as little impact as possible, while still trying to you know, create a profit and make it possible. Which I mean, I'm not going to deny that's any developer or any builder's main objective in doing any kind of business. If you can kind of look at the project, we have situated the building so that all of the sides of the building that face outward, that are visible from the streets or the neighbors, meet or actually exceed all of Midvale City's requirements for, for the veneers on the buildings. And as far as landscaping, that seems to be a concern for most people, that the vegetation is going to disappear and that it's going to be a big giant building there. There are not that very many trees existing on the property right now. There are a couple mature trees which we definitely intend to keep along 7100 South. There will be quite a few more trees when the development is done, just according to Midvale City's requirements. And we had actually hoped to work with the surrounding property owners in order to accomplish a landscape plan that that kind of works for us and helps them. One of the concerns was the solar panels, that they don't get blocked, and that's definitely a concern that we're willing to address. The fencing issue, we would love to work with the surrounding property owners and address and try and accommodate any of their concerns and wishes. Traffic and the amount of people on the street is definitely going to increase. I can't deny that. And adding 12 units to what's already there is going to be a significant increase to that community. I have been involved. It is a small development compared to most developments that do require those types of studies. I have been involved in those, and a 12-unit increase is actually pretty minimal. There are, as far as the 2-story, we are no taller, and we've actually tried to minimize that by keeping our roof lines low. And there are 2-story buildings on the street now, and we are no taller than a normal 2-story home that could be put on any one of those lots now. We kind of purposely did not include a proposal for CCRs for the neighborhood or a homeowners agreement in trying to address some of these issues or concerns. We had hoped to maybe hear what some people were concerned about and be able to try and address those concerns in some of our CCRs. And I would suggest maybe the Planning Commission make some recommendations for what we might include in those. We have met with Rocky Mountain Power already and discussed with them. As far as overhead power lines, there will be quite a bit that they are going to require that we remove, and everything to the site will be underground. Everything new to the site would be underground. So we would be removing quite a bit of the overhead power lines that are there now. I was just trying to make notes on some of those comments. They're new to me, so I'm just going through my list here. Are there any questions that you have for us?
Real quick, I'm actually I had forgotten to close the public comment portion of this, and we actually have gotten 2 more. So
Okay.
If we could get those real quick, and then we'll close up the public comment portion as
Sure.
well. So Alex, if you'll, Alex or Jana, whoever.
I'll do that. On YouTube, we got 2 additional ones. The first is from Ryan Graves, who says, Chris, would you let this go up behind your house? And then second, Sean Kerr comments again, asking, how much would these units sell for? And then I got another one texted to me from our communications director through Facebook from a Tori Sedgley, who says, although allowed, what references was the developer using to support like residences in the neighborhood? There are no medium density more than duplexes in this neighborhood. And that's all I have. So that's all the comments I've received so far.
Okay. And I actually will take a motion to close the public hearing.
Hold on, I got one more.
Oh, just kidding.
Ryan Graves again says, we'd appreciate if you kept your assessments within the context of this neighborhood. These buildings are not small with the context of this neighborhood.
Okay. All right. Great. So now I'll take a motion to close the public comment portion.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second that motion. This is Candy.
Okay, it's been moved by Colleen and seconded by Candy. Nicole, if you'll take roll, please, for me.
Commissioner Costello,
Yes.
Tippett,
Yes.
Anderson,
You're muted.
Snow,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so public comment portion of this is now closed. All right, so we'll with those, I'll ask, do you know approximately what you're thinking of these being sold for by chance?
Yes, we have comparisons in the area of new similar twin homes or townhomes, which is what these would be, in the 350 to 400 range. So we're not trying to create an affordable housing option here. We're trying to create a nice upscaled product that is more of an upper end product for that size of townhome, rather than create an affordable housing option.
Sure.
Alex, I ask a question.
Sure.
I was wondering, one of the, excuse me, one of the people that had written one of the emails had made comment that they did not get a letter from the city saying that this was going to be proposed this evening. And I'm just wondering, is it still within 500 feet of a proposed building that they send out public notices?
Notices go to property owners within 300 feet of the project boundary. So what, as far as we're concerned, when it comes to issuing notice, the obligation is for the city to mail the notice. The obligation is not that the individual residents receive the notice.
Oh, okay.
Our goal is to make sure that we get it out, and as long as people find out about the meetings, they're considered to have received the notice, pretty much regardless of when it happens. If the Planning Commission feels like that concern warrants additional opportunity for the public to comment and potentially even include an additional round of noticing, you can make a motion to do that. But as I mentioned, we sent it out, and can't really be held responsible if it doesn't get delivered.
No, I just wondered because she seemed kind of slighted that she didn't get a notice in the mail, so I couldn't remember if it was 300 feet or 500 feet. Thank you.
You're welcome. It is unfortunate when that happens. It does occur, and I always recommend that folks update their mailing addresses with the county, because that's the record we use to send them out. If you get your tax bills, if you get your notices from the assessor, then you should also be getting your notices from the city. And if you haven't, then you probably have some other issues with that address to update. The other thing I'll point out is, if I remember right, this has a plat attached to it, or it may have a plat attached to it eventually. That will also require additional notice.
Also, I double checked my labels to see that that address was on the list, and it was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just curious. I just kind of wanted to know, just making sure.
For sure. Awesome. So do we have any questions for the applicant? A lot of the comments, I feel like are things that we've addressed in the past, and a lot of this is covered just by right as part of the zoning of this area, and our hands are tied when it comes to regulations within the zoning ordinance. We're not allowed to change those. Those are law. Any questions for the applicant at this time?
I have just, as going through my notes, I just was hoping to respond to one more concern that I
Please.
saw in my notes. It seemed that a lot of the public comment were concerned about decreasing property values. There are quite a few studies that show that new construction and new multiple housing adjacent to single family housing has no effect or increase in values. And the product that we're providing, I would suggest is definitely an upgrade from what is there right now.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that at all.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
So with that, if there's no other further comment or discussion, I would entertain a motion here.
I'll make a motion. This is Candy.
Thank you, Candy.
Based on compliance with requirements of the Midvale City Municipal Code demonstrated in the application or addressed by the inclusion of conditions of approval, I move that we approve a small-scale master plan and forward a positive recommendation to the Midvale City Council for approval of the preliminary subdivision of 127-149E, 7100 South, with the conditions of approval presented in the staff report.
Okay, it's been moved.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Nicole, if you'll take a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Snow.
Yes.
Great. So the conditional use part of that has been approved, and the preliminary will get forwarded onto the city council for approval. So yeah, just continue working with staff, get prepared for that meeting, and welcome to preliminarily, I can't speak. Welcome to Midvale.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for your help.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Especially the staff in helping us prepare this.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
They're great staff.
Yeah. All right. So I will just, since it's still only 10:17, I will move on to the next item, item number 7, which is a conditional use permit and preliminary site plan for a multifamily residential project at 51 West Alabama Drive. John Heiner is the applicant here, and Jana is staff representing this. Jana, whenever you're ready, feel free to take it away.
Share my screen. Okay, you see the screen, everyone? Okay, so John Heiner is the applicant in this. This is a 5-unit multi-family residential project. It's all attached townhomes at 51 West Alabama Drive. This is in the transit-oriented development zone, TOD zone, right on the edge there. That property to the north is a single-family 1 DO zoning, and the rest is surrounded by the TOD. This project has already received their variance on March 17th for access. So this property used to be a storage lot, primarily of clean industrial use. And they've always been accessing, kind of crossing over this property to get in through a gate. So they, but this easement has existed here, a 20-foot right of way. So the variance was for the drive aisle to be reduced from 24-foot access to a 20-foot access, as well as a landscape reduction on this section. So there's a 15-foot landscape setback from a single family home, and they got a variance to, on this portion of that border to not need that 15 feet. So they will access, and actually the curb cut will be changed because it does cross over this property right now. It needs to come back over here. And that curb cut will be reestablished, or that high back curb will be put back in. And let's see, so those are kind of one of the discussion items is how does this need to be striped? Do we need to make any requirements to make this delineation more obvious? We've talked about like a landscape parking bulb out right here, but it's on the other person's property, so can't necessarily require that. And then they have added some of this landscape to make it a little buffer there on that property. And then the other thing kind of up for discussion is this zone doesn't require any types of fencing, require that it be fenced, but it does prohibit barbed wire, which is what is along this whole edge here on the west edge and on the south edge. So that what we would need a fencing plan just to know that that was being removed. And then other than that, I've only had a couple of public comments just about the density and traffic on Birch, which we heard not too many months ago about another development on Birch, just how narrow it is. And a specific comment, if we were enforcing on winter parking, that would be less of a problem. But as far as the proposal, it's meeting standards of the TOD zone, besides just a few minor tweaks to the proposal. So these are 3 stories. They are accessed through the garage on that right here is the garage side. And then they did, I think the elevations look good as far as like this has to face that single family neighborhood, and it's not plain on the back. It looks really nice on the back as far as architecturally. And then this is not meeting the requirement. We do require a 15% openings on side elevations. So that would need to be addressed. And then other than that, there's just the materials are all a hardy board. And then we have a requirement for 1/3 of the building being a base material. So typically they'll do like a rock veneer or something like that on the bottom half. So we have some discussion on those architectural requirements as we proceed with this. And trash service, I've talked to them since, but that needs to be included in the next version of the plan. A lighting plan will be required, and just details for those amenities like picnic tables or playgrounds. And then just a full landscape plan would need to be submitted, but everything else complies with the ordinance. And these are a topic of discussion. So if you do have any questions for me or the applicant.
Okay, any questions for, actually, I'll do this first. Mr. Heiner, are you on?
Yes, we're both here.
Perfect. Anything you want to add to the staff presentation?
No, I mean, it's pretty simple project. It we've kind of approached the project in a way of, what does the city have interest in going in there, and how can we make sense of that, and then make sense of certainly the ideas we have, and we feel like we found a common ground where it meets the zone, and it serves as a good buffer between a residential zone moving into commercial zone. We've really tried to address, Jenna had mentioned a lot of these things we've actually talked about since those conditions were placed. But we've tried to address landscaping and garbage and whatnot, and we feel like we've done a good job of that. And so I'd probably be more interested in the public just being really quite simple, and I have much more to add to it.
Sure, and then
address that.
Yeah, we'll definitely get onto that. Do you have any thoughts on the fencing? Are you planning to take that down, or or put up some sort of fencing, or what were you thinking there?
Yeah, so required is fencing there on the north end. So we're absolutely willing to and want to make sure we follow the zone requirements.
Sure.
Beyond that, we're open to whatever we jointly decide would be best and would fit in the goals of the city. That's not a deal breaker for us, and so we just want to do what probably everyone here on this call and the neighbors feel would probably be best to a certain degree. Obviously, we aren't in the business of getting in some court and debate, but we are certainly open to suggestions there for sure. Barbed wire, by the way, barbed wire. You know, this is a lot that's really been historically a non-conforming use. It's been a junkyard in a lot of ways. I say that it's been an overflow used car lot. The barbed wire certainly isn't staying. We've done many projects, and we certainly pride ourselves in doing a project that looks nice. You know,
Sure.
that's largely a lot of the reason why, you know, the zone could have up to 7 units in this piece, and we felt like, you know, we can still maximize it and maximize the space with 5, but we aren't seeking to suck every inch out of this place. We want to do something that's beautiful, something that serves as a good buffer, something that provides landscaping and fencing that's appropriate with the area and what the future plans are there.
Sure. Okay, any questions for the applicant or staff from the commission? All
No.
right, I see a lot of head shaking, so that's good. Oh, wow, that's cool. Hold on.
You went away,
Sorry about
Zach.
that. Sorry,
Yeah,
what?
landscaping and the fence were 2 things that I was concerned about. So that, and he addressed that. So that's.
Okay.
Also,
Then
I guess I
go
will
ahead.
highlight one more thing. I've also talked with, I believe it's Kristen at Fire, to address any radius turns that are required by the fire truck where that's kind of set back in. We wanted to make sure we did that. I have included and sent to Jana a diagram that shows those turns and that they can be met within that right-of-way easement. And so access to the property and the ability to protect the citizens and meet the hose requirements on that property have and will be met.
All right.
Great. Just personally, I just like, I mean, except for the fence to the north next to the other property, I'd rather it just the fence on the west and south side. I'd rather there not be one. Just connect it to the larger neighborhood. I mean, Joe Morley's is right there. And you got the track station right there too. So I think it would be kind of be easy to walk across that. So that's just my 2 cents.
That's good input. Yeah, that is good input. Another thing we've considered is even a shorter fence, a 4-foot fence with some sort of gate to still, you know, incentivize and encourage pedestrian traffic for the TOD zone.
Sure.
But still kind of make the, you know, project not feel like it's in the parking lot either.
Yeah.
And so there's some neat things we can do there, and we're going to want to do that because we feel like that improves the project and the value and the lifestyle of the city and citizens that will live there.
Sure. All right. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to open up the public comment portion of this item. So if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to bring those up. Jana, feel free to go ahead and start a timer and read out what we got.
Okay, so this is from Connie Still at 7657 South Birch Street. Dear Planning Commission members, I wish to voice my major concern about the proposed conditional use permit for 51 West Alabama Drive for a multifamily development. The tremendous amount of high-density housing added to our immediate area recently has caused residents here issues with traffic, vehicle, foot traffic. We have very concerned parking issues on Birch Street. The comment is often heard that hopefully we never need a fire engine here because it couldn't get down the street. My biggest concern with this proposed project is the fact that there is no direct street access and no parking. It's quite obvious that the only available parking is in front of current residents' homes. I would greatly appreciate consideration of these issues. There is much concern here. And then I have a phone conversation with Dale Harmon at 74 West Alabama Drive. And he is who I mentioned earlier, is concerned with the parking on Birch Street as well, and the enforcement of winter parking ordinances. If they actually didn't park on the street in the winter, that would be really great. And he was, I would say, not necessarily concerned, surprised by the density. And then Tom Christensen is actually a previous owner of this piece of property and owns the property to the to the east. His comments as I forwarded you guys, Mr. Heiner, his contact information. He would like to coordinate with you on not putting a fence along that south border and creating like a dead alley back here, and that maybe you could go together on some landscaping or something and then start the fence at the edge of the building. So if that works for you, and I just said you'd contact him. And that's everything.
Okay, great. Alex, I think you have a letter to read to us.
I do. And so far, I have no other comments. So we'll go through this letter, and we've got 2.5 minutes left on the timer.
Okay, read it slow.
I'm going to read it normally because I don't want to treat it any different than any other comment that we've received tonight.
I know.
Do I know this letter already?
It says,
if you don't,
it says, ladies and gentlemen, the citizens of the city have come before this body numerous times seeking a listening ear. They have been upfront and forthright in expressing their concerns, desires, and hopes for the future development of Midvale that would be functional, attractive, and continue to maintain a family small town feel, a community that will provide safe streets, neighborhoods, and business districts. They have been asked to participate in planning that growth with input to reflect this goal. They never planned for 10-story buildings to be built on State Street or the corner of Center Street. These plans were presented by the company hired to take the ideas of the community and meld them into a working plan for all, developers included. Development was encouraged on 7200 east of the I-15 freeway, where structures could be larger to accommodate hotels, small shops, dining, and ways to promote the accessibility of the ski resorts. It was hoped for both sides of 7200 South to be developed, leaving the existing neighborhoods intact. Today, where the agenda is full of rezoning projects to change the look of established neighborhoods and new neighborhoods, please consider those who have made Midvale a good place to live, the homeowners. Adding well-built, attractive places for families, single persons, and businesses is desired. Adding more units to little spaces leaves our city a place of instability, not long-term residency. Traffic surveys are skewed, never in the favor of the community. Parking continues to be a problem on small roads so that garbage, emergency vehicles, and residents' safety is endangered. This will be the situation with the proposed Midvale Mills development, Alabama, Park Street, Jefferson Court, and 7100 South Platte. During virtual meetings, public input will most likely be minimal. It may also be that the voices of those in the city seem to be ignored. Many of you are new to this committee. Your desire to serve your neighbors and retain the feel of your city is noble and time-consuming. You being chosen to serve brings a burden and a responsibility to make the city of Midvale the best city of Midvale, the heart of the county with a small town feel, not a Daybreak, Saratoga Springs, or Lehigh, but a Murray, Mill Creek, or Holiday. Please consider reducing the height and density of the project on Alabama, place more small single-family dwellings on the Midvale Mills site, reduce the height and number of homes at Jefferson to blend in with existing residences, consider making the request more consistent with the neighborhood at 7100 South. Thank you for your time and consideration, Lorraine Butler. And if we wait 15 seconds, we'll be done.
All right.
Nothing new.
Yeah, I haven't seen really anything either.
Yeah, I don't. All right, there's our 5-minute mark.
All right, so with no further public comment, I would entertain a motion to close the public comment portion.
This is Candy. I will make a motion to close the public portion of this matter, or whatever I'm supposed to say.
And I will second that.
Perfect. Been what?
Getting late.
Awesome. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Nicole, if you'll take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Snow.
Yes.
Great. So that public comment portion of that's been closed. I was encouraged from your property owner, or the property owner to the south, kind of expressed some interest to kind of work with you on that. I would strongly encourage that. Think it'd be really good. Any other comments or questions for the applicant or staff from the commission?
No, I don't have anything.
Can I make just one more quick comment?
Please do.
I want to, you guys have taken great care in hearing from the public, so I want to make sure we address that and it's noted. The concerns that have come up have been related to parking primarily, other than making sure Tom and I coordinate potentially on our two properties. But the concern around parking, you'll note that each unit has a 2-car garage, and we're also supplying 2 parallel parking spots on the actual property. So that leaves 12 parking stalls within the property, which exceeds the requirement. And we certainly are confident in the actual property for parking versus the use of Burke Street. So that's good. And then just the last comment, we're actually pretty excited about this one because it fits so well there. If not a project like this, those residential homeowners are going to have a commercial project there. And so as a buffer, it's really actually a perfect fit for that piece of property. We're really excited about it. That's all I have.
Perfect. Yeah, I don't disagree with those comments. So
yeah, not either. I think.
All right. So I will entertain a motion.
I will make a motion.
Thank you.
Regarding the application for a preliminary site plan and conditional use permit for a 5-unit residential building at 51 West Alabama Drive, I move that we adopt the findings and conditions of approval presented in staff.
Okay, it's been moved.
I second it.
And it has been seconded. Nicole, if you'll take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Commissioner Costello,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
and Commissioner Snow.
Yes.
Great. That motion passes. So congrats, and continue working on getting that all developed and taken care of, working on those conditions. And yeah, welcome to Midvale.
Perfect. Thank you guys. Appreciate your time and staying so late.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks
Thank
for
you for
being
your
patient.
patience.
You bet. You guys are great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good night.
All right, so it is officially after 10:30, but all we have is one small conditional use permit.
Let's move forward.
Okay, so I believe, Alex, if I'm not correct, do I need a motion to actually take it on?
Yep, we need a motion with 2/3 of the entire commission, so that includes alternates and the chair, to vote in favor of continuing. So somebody wants to make that motion?
I would make the motion to extend the meeting and let's take care of the last item on our agenda.
Second. Snow.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. So Nicole, I guess you're gonna roll call everyone.
Commissioner Smallwood,
Yes.
Tippett,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Erickson,
Yes.
Benson.
Yes.
Great. So that motion passes. So we will just move it right along and take up item number 8, which is I'm getting a lot of feedback. Are people hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to fix it, so I'll just keep doing it. So
We're good.
yeah. So it's a conditional use permit request, permit to establish and operate a manufacturing facility and package agency in an existing 2,500 square foot tenant space located at 6844 South 300 West. The applicant is Vintage Spirits and Derek Yoder, sorry, with Vintage Spirits. And I'll turn it over to Jana.
Okay. So, well, here we go. So this is in a clean industrial zone. It's a multi-tenant building. They are surrounded by other clean industrial uses. They have actually, I imagine, gotten conditional use permit for another tenant space. So they have this, they already had this parking plan. The owner of the property provided this. And so the tenant is, this is their floor plan. So they do a manufacturing area, and storage does not require parking. So they're only required for the 4 parking spaces. And they have 5 on their site plan. So that's usually what we talk about on these. This is both a manufacturing conditional use permit and a package agency also requires the conditional use permit. So that's really all I have to say about it. There's no extra conditions, just to get a building permit to change the interior and a business license to proceed and get a sign permit.
Man, this seems just too easy today for this.
Fast, I don't know.
Great, that's all right. So I will go ahead and now I lost the name. Derek, are you on the call still?
Yeah, this is Derek Yoder. I'm still on the call.
Ah, perfect. Thank you for being patient and waiting all night long.
Thanks for getting us on. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Have you had a chance to review the conditions of approval, and will you be able to comply with those?
Yeah, most definitely. We've been working with Jana quite a bit, and I'm definitely aware of everything in the conditions, and we'll definitely comply.
Perfect. Are there any questions for the applicant at this time?
No. This is Colleen, I have.
Perfect. And do you have any questions for us, Derek, at this point?
No, Jana's been awesome to work with. She's answered every question I have.
Perfect. Great. So I will just go ahead and open this up, then the public comment portion for this item. If you'd like to make a comment, please leave a message on our YouTube or send an email, and we will get that addressed. And you can start the timer whenever.
I did already, 15 seconds ago.
I have no comments so far.
Okay, perfect.
Jana, I thought you were trying to say that you needed to talk to them about something.
I need to remind you. No.
If I
What
could,
kind
I'd like to
spirit
read
is-
a really long letter.
What? No letter.
If I could I read a letter?
I sent it to you enough times that you can read it yourself.
Sorry.
What
Anybody
kind of
have any
spirits are you manufacturing?
We're going to focus mainly on rum, whiskey, and gin.
Awesome.
So that's what we're going to go with. Probably spiced rum, and then just a normal gold rum, and then a couple different bourbon releases, and probably a rye whiskey, and then gin. We're still working on a gin recipe.
We all need deliveries on that.
Yeah.
happy to help you there.
I'll test all the gin recipes. I'll test them all.
Hey, we're always looking for gin recipe tasters, because out of the 5 partners, I think I'm the only one that drinks it, so I need a second opinion.
Oh, we can help you with that.
Right.
I'd just like to add, I'd be willing to give you my daddy's moonshine if you need it. He's got a good recipe.
That's awesome. I could just start showing everyone just my collection of pop vinyls. I mean, I'm just categorizing them, so I can just keep going like this.
Well, you moved that too fast. I couldn't see it.
Oh,
Do it slower. Do it
well,
slower.
Look, there you go. Look, Iceman.
Iceman, oh my.
I have too many that I actually have to
Do you have the
categorize
Golden
them.
Girls? I want the Golden Girls.
No, I don't have that one.
Do they
I
make
want the
Funko Pop
Golden
figures of
Girls.
the Golden Girls?
Yes,
With
they do.
Annie. Yeah, Sophia for sure.
Oh, I
Yeah.
love Sophia.
Clearly, I know everything about pop culture there is to know.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Mr. Yoder having to sit through this.
I know.
It's all good.
After 10:30, you never know what you're going to get. So
I was just gonna say, this way he gets to see the real us.
Yeah. Or we're just punch drunk. We're done.
We wish we were sampling.
Yeah. So what? We've used like a minute and a half.
we're at a minute 40 left.
Minute 40?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
I wonder if Jana can see my house from her window. Can you see my house from your?
I'm sure I can.
She can. She definitely can because she's in my old office.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I
so
moved
you can
over.
definitely.
Yeah, I moved over to Leslie's office and she's hanging out in mine.
Cool.
Staying quarantined over here. in
Yeah.
the office.
That's
I will
awesome.
say, my sister in Australia tuned in. She wanted to see what we were up to.
Oh, nice.
So Australia's been here.
Wow.
It's not late there. They're like,
No, it's midday. I think she was on lunch break or something. She's having
I have a
We're
brother.
so exciting.
That's fun. Who is it?
All right.
45 seconds, guys. We can
Oh
make
my
it.
gosh. We wasted a minute.
I was debating if I should give you my update while we're doing this, but I didn't want to shortchange anybody that might still be watching, so I figured I'd wait.
Kill two birds with one stone.
Do it. Just give an update. Quick, go.
20 seconds. Right now, we have no plans for a meeting next week or in 2 weeks. That might change depending on how the Zion's text amendment discussion goes. We might want to have a work session to talk about that with you in advance of the meeting, but with where we're at in that process, I'm not entirely certain that we'll have a document ready for you to look at in 2 weeks. So
we may not have.
at this point, I'm leaning towards not having that meeting. So you'll have a week off probably. So that means the next meeting is June 10th, and I'll finish my report after we close this item out.
Okay. So yes, we are the public comment periods. I'll take a motion to close it. Holy moly.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay.
also,
All right. It's been moved and seconded by Colleen. Nicole, if you'll take roll call.
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
yes.
Anderson,
No, I want more. Yeah,
no.
sorry. Yeah.
Commissioner Snow,
Yes.
Okay.
you're
that-
overruled.
Yeah. So public comment portion of that item is now closed. If we don't have any other comments or discussion items, I would entertain a motion to.
I'll make a motion
Okay.
regarding the application for a conditional use permit for a manufacturing and package agency facility located at 6844 South, 300 West. I move that we adopt findings and conditions of approval presented in the staff report.
Okay. It's been moved
I'll second that. It's Candy.
and I can please.
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Snow.
Yes.
Great. So conditional use permit has been approved. So welcome to Midvale. And yeah, we're excited.
Yeah, thank you. We're excited to be here.
We're
Yeah,
excited.
again, Thank you so much for your patience. It's been a long night, so we appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Uh,
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Have a good night.
Okay. All right. So, and I'm sorry, Alex, do we have to do that on every item if we need to, or?
Do what?
So like to continue moving forward. So like for the minutes, do we need another vote?
Can,
It's not clear. So if you want your vote to have been to hear the rest of the agenda, I think we could make the argument that it was.
Well,
If
I
you
guess
want
I'd
to
just
do
throw out, do you want to, how does the commission feel? Do you want to review the minutes right now, or we can table them until the next meeting?
I would like to table them because I have several edits that I need to go over and I don't want to do it right now.
Yeah, and to be honest, I haven't read through them very thoroughly. So yeah, I would take a motion to table those minutes then.
I'll make a motion to table the minute review.
Wait, you both are going.
We're both excited.
Make it way, Candy.
I would like to make a motion to table the review and approval of minutes until our next meeting.
Seconded.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to table the minutes. I don't have the dates, the minutes that were presented to us to the next meeting. Nicole, if you'll take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Tippett,
Yes.
Costello,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
no.
Yep.
Perfect. So we will address those in our next meeting. Alex, if you want to just do the quick finish up any updates.
Okay. So probably no meeting on the 27th. Definitely a meeting on the 10th of June, which, in case you cared, is also my birthday.
We'll have virtual treats.
Oh, hey.
Oh, please tell me we're going to be in the building.
Probably not. We haven't heard yet when we're going to go back into the building, but I don't expect it to be for a while yet. So we've got Zions on that meeting. Zions will be a big chunk of it, kind of like RSL was looking to be today. We've got one other application so far for a conditional use permit and site plan and rezone on Husky Highway. And then I assume that Mr. Nash's project will come back for an action item in that meeting. I am considering cutting off additional applications for that meeting with the list that we have right now. I don't know that anything else will come in, but I'd almost rather not have us go through this long of a meeting again and just push it to a second meeting in June. I've got to spend a little bit more time than I've had available to consider what that means for applicants and such. We did post a position to replace me in my old position that closed yesterday. So we're going to be going through the process of hopefully finding a third planner here in the very near future. So keep an eye out for new names. Maybe we'll see we'll see what happens there. And I think that's it. Yeah, I can't think of anything else. Anything that you guys want or need from me on a more general level?
Can you read that letter one more time so I don't have to take Ambien?
Not do that because the public hearing portion of this meeting is closed.
Yes,
so,
it is closed.
Thank God.
All right.
Okay, motion. I need a motion to adjourn.
A motion we adjourn this meeting at 10:55.
Okay, and I think that's it. We don't need seconds or anything, right? Okay.
You just need to make sure nobody opposes.
Anybody opposed?
Nope.
Okay.
Robin, can I say one little thing to Robin?
What?
Robin, that little lady, you should see when she really gets revved up at a meeting, when she's face to face.
Oh.
Honey, I hate to tell you, but I know her. I was her neighbor.
I know her too.